When I caught nothing went in my baskets. So my son told me, he said, look, Daddy, let's try the basket in the swamp. That for and water there, let's try our log there. I was very hesitant, but I followed the advice of my son and we set those baskets. The next day when we went, nothing but grippers we caught. So you see, the water I was depending on, no cabin was inside. That's how life goes.
Where your heart on, no cafe, up on the pot up, but up beyond your hustle, you can catch the grip on. Where your heart on, no cafe, up on the pot up, but up beyond your hustle, you can catch the grip on.
The water where your heart on, no cafe, oh, hey. The water where your heart on, no cafe inside. But the pot up behind your house, and you can catch some grapes. The woman you had on, she may not be your wife, but the one you are overlooking, she will be your everlasting partner. Yeah. The man you are looking, at, he may not be your husband, but the one you are overlooking, he will support you very well. Yeah. Good people hard to find. Good people hard to find. Good people hard to find. Oh, they are precious at time.
They want to wear your hand on. No cafe.
When God help you get one, you better hold fast to that person. Okay, people they plenty. They travel on the ground. Hey. If you not take time to work on them, oh, you will sleep and hurt yourself. That ugly people, bad people.
So you can catch the grip on.
Whatever your home, no cabin inside, but the pot behind your house, you can catch the gripper. The water where your heart on, no cabin inside. Pot behind your house, you will catch some grippers. Sometimes you depend on somebody to do something for you. When you can't find out, zero. Hey, yeah. The water where your hand on, no cafe inside. The water where your hand on, no cafe inside. But the pot behind your house, you will catch some paper. Good people are hard to find. They are precious like diamond. But God help you get one. No, you better hold fast to that person. Yeah. There's a conflict between expectation and result. Conflict between appearance and reality. The water where you are, the water where you are, no. The water where you are, no cafe inside. Yeah. To find. They are precious at time, but God help you get one, you better hold fast to that person, Bad people they plenty, like gravel on the ground. If you don't take time to work on them, you will sleep and hurt yourself, yeah.
They want to wear your hand on. No cafe, up on the pot up, but up beyond your hustle, you can catch the grip on.
They want to wear your hand on, no cafe inside, my brother, the water where you are, no cafe inside. But the potter behind your house, you will catch some creeper. Hey, yeah.
They want to wear your heart
Go
out.
and get it quick from
No cafe
hotlbr.com.
support up and up behind your hustle. You can't catch the grip on. They want to wear your heart out. No cafe support up on.
I built my house near a
hotlbr.com.
beautiful river. Thinking that I would catch catfish, I went and bought 20 baskets and set every one of them. The next day when I went, I caught nothing. Nothing went in my baskets. So my son told me, he said, look, Daddy, let's try the basket in the swamp. That for and water there, let's try our log there. I was very hesitant, but I followed the advice of my son and we set those baskets. The next day when we went, nothing but grippers we caught. So you see, the water I was depending on, no cafe was inside. That's how life goes.
They want to wear your heart out. No cafe support up and up behind your hustle. You can't catch the grip on. They want to wear your heart out. No cafe support up and up behind your hustle. You can't catch the grip on.
The water why your heart on no cafe inside. Oh, hey. The water why your heart on no cafe inside. But the potter behind your house, and you can catch some grappa. Oh. The woman your heart on she may not be your wife, but the one you are overlooking, she will be your everlasting partner. Yeah.
They want to wear your heart out. No cafe support.
The man you are looking at, he may not be your husband, but the one you are overlooking, he will support you very well. Yeah. Good people hard to find. Good people hard to find. Good people hard to find. Oh, they are precious the time. Oh.
They want to wear your heart out. No cafe support.
When God help you get one, you better hope fast to that person. Okay, people they plenty. They travel on the ground. Hey.
And so, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on your location where you're following us from. This time, we'd like to say welcome to BKS Online Television and welcome to the Heat Hour program here on BKS TV. On the Heat Hour, we say dialogue and not confrontation. We say words and not bullets. I am your host, Junior Payne, your regular host of the show. And of course, today we have a couple of interesting stories for you. But guess what? We are hosting one of Nima County own, Honorable David Doug Cooper, former Inspector General of Commerce, will be our guest tonight on the show. Honorable Cooper served as Development Superintendent of Nima County. He also served as Superintendent of Nima County. He serves as City Mayor of Ganta City, Nima County. And he's going to be our guest tonight on the show. Honorable David Doug Cooper, former Commerce Inspector General of Liberia, will be our guest tonight on the show. And we are anticipating a wonderful, wonderful show here with him today. But again, it's a really exciting day for me. I'm really, really grateful to be here today. And I know all of you are grateful to be on here too with me. My friend and brother Shadrach G2, we were here yesterday, but he's in the back already. Shadrach, I'd like to say welcome to the show. District number 5 won District 2 today, 1 goal to 0 in the ongoing district league in Nima County. So I'd like to say congratulations to the people of Booyah District. Congratulations to the players and congratulations to all of the sympathizers of the team. The CEO of this platform, Mr. Alvin Seka Sr., is very, very happy this evening. And the boys play extremely well. If you follow the game, you know that they put up a really, really good performance there. And I can predict that if they continue with the performance that they put up today, District 5 will be one of the competitive districts in the district league. So again, we are anticipating a wonderful show here tonight. Of course, on the heater, we say dialogue and not confrontation. We say words and not bullet. 9 minutes past 8 o'clock in Liberia. Let's recognize our followers watching us this evening. Mohammed NZ Dole watching us this evening. Mohammed, the game, District 5 won 1 goal to 0 So that's the result from there. Christine Sonny. Christine Sonny is also watching. You say, my name is Christine Sonny. I'm watching you guys from Monrovia this evening. Our district won the game 1-0. Welcome to the show, Christine. Bill Conway is also watching us this evening. He says, I'm watching from River G County. Bill, welcome to the show this evening. It's good having all of you on here today. It's great to have all of you on the show here this evening. Today is going to be fantastic. Today is going to be the real heat. The show today will be mouth watering. It will be really, 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 really fantastic. And I urge you to share the show with somebody and let somebody share with another person so that we can have a wonderful, wonderful conversation here tonight. So that's it. Those of you just joining us this evening, Brooks Dawazia, also watching us from Ganta City, Nima County. Brooks, welcome to the show this evening. How you doing, my brother? Of course, it's going to be a wonderful show. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be a really, really good show tonight. But let's go for this break. When we come back, we will dive strictly to what's on your mind this evening. My friend and brother Shadrach is already in the back. When we come back from this break, we go for the what's on your mind before we be able to bring you our headlines for today. But keep posted. Honorable David Doc Cooper will be our guest tonight on the show. David Doc Cooper served as the former Commerce Inspector General of Liberia. He served as former Development Superintendent of Nima. He also served as Superintendent of Nima County and also City Mayor of Ganta City, Nima County. So David Doc Cooper will be our guest tonight on the show, and we are anticipating a really, really fantastic discussion. Let's go for this break. We're going to be right back. Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome back to the show. And of course, Morris King with a beautiful piece of song is called Nima Unite. Dennis P. watching us from Police Academy. Dennis, welcome to the show. Mohammed Enze Dole also watching us from Minnesota, USA. Mohammed, welcome to the show. CMC Minnesota chapter. Mohammed, welcome. Samson Adolphus also watching the show this evening from Ganta City, Nima County. Samson, welcome to the show here this evening. My friend and brother Shadrach, how you doing, brother?
Good evening, Junior, and good evening to our followers this evening.
It's good having you on here, Chief. Yesterday you weren't available. I miss you a lot.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, and I did not notify the platform because it was a big tough day for me. I had some personal issue I had to settle, so I couldn't appear, and I was not actually stable to appear and speaking to the public. So I'm sorry for that. Next time I will notify you guys, even if it's late.
Great. Let's hear you what's on your mind this evening, Chief.
Well, thank you. Across our country, a lot of things are happening. Let me further commend the president for suspending the deputy minister for youth and sport for alleged rape case against him, because these are things that the citizen can, how they call, grade government for. when people in high position, when they carry on some act that is not called for, especially a grave crime against the states, there should be a penalty. It can't be sitting, people calling it leave, excuse, I have to leave, how so far the modifier, I really don't know. But I commend the president to suspend him till after his investigation be concluded. Again, this evening I watched a video from District 17, Moserado County, with huge quantity of drugs, my brother. I felt so bad. Like I said once upon a time on this show when we're discussing the drug issue, there are pull-ups in our country that's wide open. Because that quantity of drug I saw today, it didn't pass through the airport, neither the seaport. No gas pass through the favorite entries that enter the country through Vigo, how they call it, transportation, whatsoever. So it's kind of a serious case. It's alarming that the government needs to do something in terms of the border patrol and security of the country. That's why I see it today. I feel so bad. Huge, almost a truckload of drugs. Why those things pass? I don't see it's through airport. No, it's not airport. I don't even believe they pass through the seaport. If they pass through the seaport, then of course they put a they got put place measures into place. If you see that in Junior was it's scary. Yeah. So far so good.
I follow the story today religiously, and I mean, I don't know how this kind of drugs manage to enter the country, but it's scary.
Scary, brother.
Scary. It's actually scary. Let me try to put a picture up. Let me try to put a picture up because I really want to appreciate the Liberian National Police in collaboration with the Liberian
Yeah.
Drugs Enforcement Agency for this. I think this is one of the biggest,
Of
biggest so
course.
far.
Of course.
Very huge consignment of
Yeah.
drugs arrested today. Is sad, where did this kind of drugs pass? And like
What
you
is
said, Shadrach, there are a lot of entry points in the country, but you realize that the entire focus of the DA, let's say 80% of the task force are in Monrovia, and the rest of the counties, they are just few people.
Junior,
Very
not even DA alone. I cut you up, brother. Not even DA alone. The security forces of our country only focus Maserati and few countries that are accessible to how they call commercial center. But they don't focus in the hinterland, the very what they call it
it's
butches.
bad,
These are
man.
places of the party. No one tell somebody in the legal counties. I don't know what they want to be a Monrovia to give
Definitely, definitely.
take care of motorball men hard time. They don't want to take somebody in the very butches. All another cluster in Monrovia here. How do you think you fight against what kind of no drugs issue talk about even security for our country? Everywhere in the hinterlands is open, wide open. If you go to Buto police, one policeman will find the person and say policeman. Yeah, man.
It's sad for our country, and I think this alone, this consignment that was seized today by the Labrador Drugs Enforcement Agency, it shows that the fight against drugs in the country, we are not doing it with our whole heart. We are not doing it with our mind, because if we are doing fight against drugs, if we are fighting against drugs, and we are the same people, bringing these kind of things within the country. Imagine if this kind of drugs wasn't seized today, what will happen? Imagine what would have
Destroy more
happened to
people.
to Liberia. This is huge. This is actually huge. I'm trying to put on the picture. So I Honorable David Doc Cooper will be our guest tonight on the show. And of course, we are anticipating a really, really good show. And hopefully he will show his little idea on his drugs thing and what can we do, because I believe that this is a national fight, a state of emergency fight. But right, the government should have allocated funds, a very swift a budget should be allocated to the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency, recruit more trained and qualified officers, employ them to the various borders, give them something, give them very good salary that will make them to go to places like Butu, places like Logwatu, and the rest of the port of interest within the country. Because if you look at this, we got Coast Guard. I'm pretty sure this didn't pass through the ocean. We got Coast Guard in the country. And I'm also sure that they didn't pass through the airport neither.
No.
But rather it came through the various port of entrance, the various borders that we do not have security personnel, because at 12 o'clock, who are you going to see at the border again? They will pass with this thing very easily. Now look at this. A pickup food, very full with drugs.
2 persons full, not even one.
Imagine this. Imagine this. So it's sad, man. It's really sad. When I was watching this today, I felt really really bad, and I don't think that we are actually doing well in the fight against drugs in the country, because if we are fighting every day and these things are entering in the country, then how are we doing the fight? Are we doing it only within Monrovia? We go to the ghettos and then we chase out the disadvantaged youths, or we
You
are
know, John,
protecting others?
I said it a lot of time, and one of the lawmakers from the lower house, said the same thing on the official page of District 8 lawmaker. Let me tell you, if he proposed a death penalty, which for me personally, I support that death penalty for drugs, article importer. You can give a sentence, for the user, then the importer death penalty. Besides that, while it's true that DA currently doing well along with the other security apparatus, it's preferable the president who executive order and put airfare in the street for the drug issue for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
When at least when we scale it down, then of course you can leave a DA alone with a supported adequate budget. But if not, we are just playing. Just 10% of what in this country you see. So Liberia borders are very vulnerable. I can say because I have traveled to the border points, not to the airport whatsoever. I know what we're saying. I know what I'm talking about. In the own country, there are a lot of border points that is vacant. People can park overnight, evening hours, nobody monitoring them. To consider drugs, he can secure the borders and also use the AFL. Use a technical order. There's a national emergency. Children are dying. The same people who importing the drugs are the same people who are in the streets, the government doing anything for the drugs. I felt I got scared even my brother. I thought I got scared even.
It's a scary issue, Shadrach. Let's welcome to the show this evening, Reverend Opa Marvin Sua. Good evening, Reverend. Welcome to the show this evening. Let's hear you what's on your mind.
Thank you so much, dear. It's a pleasure to be here. The first thing on my mind this afternoon is to say congratulations to District 5 for winning us. I was strongly behind this District 2. As a matter of fact, I'm from District 2, but I mean, kind of say that I'm on District 5. I'm not on District 5 though, even though I'm on BKS radio. And my commitment and my loyalty still remains. So my district number 2. But now we're standing, we will come back strong. Yeah, what's on my mind this evening has to do with the same situation that Shadow was talking about, the issue of drugs in our country. I think this is about time that we all need to get involved, not only the security apparatus, uh, we all need to get involved to make sure that drugs is eradicated from our home. Look at the huge quantity of drugs that were then transported by DEA today. I don't know what's it DEA or the National Police or the Joint Security. So it's very alarming looking at our country and looking at the amount of drug that is in the country and looking at the effect of what drugs is doing to our young generation. I think it's very, very alarming. It's something that we all need to join hands together My only problem that I've been having with the government is the fact that those that are being arrested are only the commoner. So how are the drugs coming into the country? We all here know that to bring drugs in the country is very expensive. Our focus have only been on the dealer. But what about the importer? Well, I don't know yet if there have been any apprehension of those who are importing the drugs, because I know that there are some big hands that are behind what is happening. And the next issue of concern that I have been having has to do with the user. We go about destroying their places. So if we can build a rehabilitation center for them and try to take them there, I think that will help also that they will not only, because if you take the drugs from there, they will look for another avenue. One time I think I heard one young man saying certain thing in a car, out of the exhaust pipe or something out of in the engine, something like dust in a car, they can also use it. So if we take the cocaine or whatever from them and we don't rehabilitate them, we will only be like halfway doing what we are supposed to be doing. So I know, I mean, I think every other Liberian, what everybody will be thinking about today and every other day in this very time has to be with the drug issue. So, GR, I think the drugs is something that we need to talk about, not only talk about, that we all need to join hand in hand with the government to keep promoting or speaking against the use of drugs and the import of drugs in our country. We also have our part to play as media personnel.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Even though you guys collected your 1-0 defeat today, which is not bad. And
You know, the team is not one all. The team is not one all. We are still in the league. Remember, we beat
yeah,
our first game.
we stand a bad chance though, because if
We,
you
we, we
cannot
are
win the
still.
next game, it means you might drop.
We will win the
But
next. You saw what our girls did today. At least you God can smile at you in every place. There have to be certain situation in your life that will always cause you to trust God and to pray to Him. Our girls beat it. Can you imagine that?
okay.
So
Now
at least we need
CLT
we
is
needed to
here
put smile
too.
on other people's faces.
CLT is here. DK Way is here. DK, let's welcome you to the show. CLT, let's hear you what's on your mind this evening, Chief.
Well, good evening, Junior. Uh, Good evening to Rary. I know our show is blessed today because we have
Good.
the men of God, and always on the platform. And come DJ Way and Sadra, want to say good evening to you all. I mean, it's a pleasure to be back. There are a lot of training issue. I got broken this evening. That's why I'm coming a little late on the show because we are getting the sudden death, the demise of our student leader, one time Linsu president and all African student president, um, Comrade Jesse. Though I come from a lot of social media platform and individual close to him, but I mean it's a sad thing because everyone aspire, to reach their dream as young person. We are already getting into the space, so we want to, in this public manner, extend our condolences, to the family and the student community as well, and the entire African student community, because Fanny actually made his way, and from grassroots student politics up to, I mean, the peak of Liberian student leadership, because Linsu is the higher, student leadership portfolio that he held. So I mean, it's a sad day for us, as a country and young people. So we extend our condolence, to the family. Well, there are a lot of training issues. Last night we could not touch some of them, but we want to again in this public manner
Yeah,
extend our.
I think we might not test them all tonight again because the guest is already in the back, and
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, the DA for me, they are doing the best. Liberia, like I listen to Rary laying out all of those things. To be frank with you, when you travel out of Liberia in other countries, you feel disappointed because sometimes we blame the guys who are enforcing the law, but they don't have, the capacity. So sometimes when I listen to people and we are blaming to the DA guys, in a little weak way, they are doing well because they don't have the capacity. I must be frank about this because the issue about drugs is a very huge cartel, and people who does that, you even see on social media how the guys sometimes they will show it as a content. You see how the guys are moving with the drugs, putting it in tires, even in a car. They were even tear the car, shopping to. There are a lot of things they do. So you just see people moving with old thing, in plastic and fish or maybe bags and what have you. We need serious support to the DEA. We need
Thank
a
you.
dog. We need a lot of things. So I mean, it's good that we are here to listen to the veteran politician and stakeholder of our country. I mean, as a matter of fact, may understand the local government because from city mayor up to the epic of local government. So we expect a firing show tonight. Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
your
Thank
time,
you.
Jim.
Thank you. DK, wait, I think the guest drop. DK, let's hear you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have this breaking news for us. Hopefully, before the weekends and moving forward, our program will be relay on Voice of Tapeta. We want to have a connection across the southeast as well. We are working on that. Hopefully, uh, we want to start hopefully this weekend if everything goes well, depending on how we will make all the necessary arrangement. But I think we at this point we are almost 90% in getting that deal across, which will actually help us because we want to reach throughout the loops and corners of our country, hopefully across the nation. Uh, my next thing is I know Big Brother Door is coming. Uh, if he's listening, I want him to help me with what we've been saying so that at least he have the ears of some of our leaders in the country to talk to the current leadership of our country, including our dynamic vice president about the issue with Justice Janet. I will not rest on this until that issue is concluded. So those who have ears of the presidency, the ears of Big Brother Kung and all the NEMA leadership should help us amplify this cabinet issue. He's our son. He sacrificed for this rescue team. So putting his grievances aside after he was illegally removed and disgraced is not worthy at all. So I will actually appeal to him to get this message across to people who should be hearing it. The next thing is the issue about the drugs. Now, Reverend spoke about Reverend drugs is a transnational crime. It's difficult in the great United States. The U.S. is still battling that. It's difficult. Then the country, the Liberia, that have very poor bowler. Take for instance, take for instance, just for Booyah, for example, in Booyah alone, to get across to Cote d'Ivoire, you have more than 1,000 entry points. The one that government is aware of is not even good thing. So people, for example, from Buele, when it goes on their farm, they cross the Central River and they are in any part of Cote d'Ivoire. And that happened from like what should I say from Dule or Kentucky leading all the way along the Ancestral River, all the way behind Pabli. How the thing is. People in European, let's say, the the Central River, even when the water is flooded, it comes in the town. Like Buele recently, Buele were experiencing that. So those people may find all across the bank of the Central River, and they have family across. So it's
Thank
difficult. Take
you.
for instance, yeah. It's a guest here now. Okay, that's good. John, pause me. I'll let go. You can't get B man within that.
Yeah, yeah. So I gotta hold you there. And so, folks, again, welcome to the show. All of you following us on Facebook and those of you listening to us via radio land would like to say welcome this evening to BKS TV. Tonight we will be hosting, and he's already in studio, Honorable David Doll Cooper. David Doll Cooper served as Superintendent of Nima County. Is the immediate former Inspector General of Commerce in Liberia, and he also served as Development Superintendent of Nema. He also serves as City Mayor of Ganta City, Nema County. So we're having a really, really big man here tonight. But again, without further ado, let me go to you. Honor Cooper, good evening. Welcome to the show this evening. How you doing, Chief?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really happy and glad to be here. I'm pretty fine.
It's good having you on here. How have you been recently? You know, since your resignation from the position of commerce inspector. How have you been, Chief?
Well,
Are you hearing me? Mhm.
well, thank God. I think all has been well. Like today, I returned from my hometown. I've been uh, involved heavily with engagement with our people, and some of what I left outstanding prior to my becoming a inspector general. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
I don't know whether you're hearing me.
We are
Yes, we're
hearing
hearing
you
you.
loud and clear.
Are you, okay. I'm saying it being very well. Okay, it being well. There were a few things that I was doing prior to my becoming Inspector General of Commerce in my private life. And so when I became Inspector General, they were almost like abandoned because
Whoa. The internet shouldn't do that to us here tonight. Oh. The internet shouldn't do that, Becky. Shadrach, you weren't here yesterday. We had a very good show. The internet was okay, it was stable. You are here again tonight, and I don't know.
Do you
Make
have
your
Becky? Don't
hands
accuse me of.
make your hands visible. Let us be seeing them. Make it visible
Yeah,
so we can
first
see it.
for a daughter, my old man. I can't hack the system. The people didn't know who say they do computer. They know I can hack. You can measure arm. Now I'm on a door.
Oh, okay.
You
I
can
think
hug
he's
me. You can hug me in Labua. Labua get internet for it.
okay.
yeah,
He's back.
I can
you
hack
know we have
anywhere. D.
Yeah,
you know we
gentlemen,
have a
gentlemen. Yes,
challenge.
he's back. Honorable, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. We have internet challenge in our country. So, but like I was saying, there were a few things I was doing prior to my becoming Inspector General. So when I took the responsibility, they were almost abandoned. Now that no more Inspector General, I decided to return to my normal life. And so I'm doing some farming work. I'm doing some heavy engagement with our people. And I'm also on the ground to just make sure that we keep engaged.
Wow. This is
Are you
not
hearing
good.
me?
Yeah, we are hearing you now.
Gio, can you tell the young man to use computer or use another phone that they can call him on regularly?
The
Because he's
internet
busy.
service.
Anytime they call him, he will take him off.
Yeah, let me do that quick, Jim.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
anytime anybody call him, he will take him off.
Yes, yeah, please do that for us. If possible, you can even put his phone on do not disturb. That will help us too as well. If he's not using another phone.
I mean, the man a big man. Yeah, when the man say he not come from the district, they see he promised people, they see man, everybody going for it. So yeah, so people going to the man. The man a politician. I mean, I
As the
told you to
Bible
do that,
says,
man. I told you to do that, man. Title a vet. You make it honorable anyway, not bad. Not bad. Let's keep it at that.
I,
What
No,
I
the
no,
think
God
we need
no.
to put. I think we need to post some restriction DG in a chat room
what the
here.
God say today? What the God say today?
No, when we are now told yesterday, Rabbi, I was not here. So the man was sending caviar. He said to get
Oh,
my boss may come and so behave. So that
now
I want to start on him first.
who was sending caveat?
The vet.
Oh,
DK, you
okay.
satisfied now?
Yeah, okay, yeah, do it vet.
Yeah, Mr. Mama saying good evening to you and welcome to the show this evening. Even though you came a little bit late, but let's hear you what's on your mind, Chief.
Wow, the show over?
No, we not even start yet. He not even start
Why?
yet. We just warming up.
They show oh boy.
I want to say that was too quick.
No, we just starting. We are
Well,
warming up.
as usual, my what on my mind is always about us. It's about our country. It's about how we can be the best representation of our country. I remember 2012 August when we were leaving for the People's Republic of China. The president of the republic then, Madam Sirleaf, cautioned us to be a very good example and be a good ambassador for Liberia, each one of us. And it stick with me since that time because the way we do our business, whether political, whether social, it speaks volumes about who you are and where you come from. And interestingly, outside, people will want to look at you uh, based on where you come from and they judge you by that. So whether you are in position, out of position, running for position, we all should know that Liberia is just one country, one people, and no matter our stake, no matter our political position, what party we associate with, those should not be a determining factor for which you want to tear down the country. You are just one person. Liberia is over 5 million people. So the interest of the 5 million people is paramount compared to individual interest. So I want to say thank you. I made it my duties everywhere I am. Even in my classroom at the time I was teaching, I always want to leave a few minutes of my lecture time to guide my students, to advise my students. And happily enough, majority of them have transitioned and making greater contribution to Liberia in different portfolio. Some of whom are medical doctors, some of whom are environmental professionals, lawyers, and moving across different fields and different disciplines in our country and beyond. And we want to remain in that corner. We want to be a voice that inspire, especially aspiring individuals. We want to guide people into becoming good citizens and potential leaders, especially for the young people that are always referenced as future leaders. And it's so true for that. The future of Liberia sits on the shoulders of all of us in our own little way, in whatever contribution we tend to make. We should always do that with Liberia at the back of our minds. So Liberia is on my mind. That's why on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charity, please try to get to our guest that we are awaiting him to join
Yeah,
us in
so
studio.
he trying to, because there are two network there, so he's trying to see which one is more stronger to see.
He's at the
While
back
we're
currently.
waiting the guest, I'll be back like in 5 minutes while we are with the guest.
Okay, great. He's currently in the back, but I think his microphone or his camera is not connected, so we cannot bring him on. So please ask him to enable it, then we can bring him on swiftly.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Lorena Doke, good evening and welcome to the show this evening. How you doing, man?
Yes, good evening. Thank you all, and thanks to our followers. I somewhere in Nima, the network is not good in Tiawete City. Yeah, how you doing?
You can travel in Liberia. Yesterday you were in Monrovia, today you in Nima.
We came to rescue the whole country. We came to only rescue Maserati.
The way you're doing the rescue thing and you're rescuing the drugs, you're fighting the drugs, but you keep entering the country without know where you're entering from. A battle. Yeah,
Oh,
the honorable man is in the back, but then his microphone is not connected, so we can't bring him on.
a microphone or a camera, which one?
They both are not connected. You gotta enable them.
So Lorena, please call him, please.
Okay,
I
think
just spoke to him. Okay. Okay, I think he connecting anyway.
Yeah, I think
You
he just
connecting?
did it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
see.
yeah, let's a little bit let him turn his camera on. I think the camera is on, but
Yeah, it's on.
it's dark.
Brother, that one good manage with.
Yeah, even started. Okay, good. Yeah, welcome back again, Honorable. It's good having you back.
Thank you. I hope this will be much better.
Yeah. Let's try that. So you were speaking about
Yeah, so like I was saying, it's well. I think we managing with life, and I think it's okay.
great. Now let's get the conversation started with the county. Recently, there have been a series of airway going with our leaders from the county. You have
Wow, the network is terrible and horrible.
wow. I don't know.
But we are him though.
Yeah, we are hearing him, but he's saying the network is terrible.
Yeah, but if we are getting him, probably he's not getting the conversation before responding. That's it.
Yeah, that's the problem they do.
Yeah, this is
He
bad.
he will just need to find one of the I think the network that is much better.
Charity all bad do it all bad. Not once and not correct. I'm not to you.
Yeah. Okay. Mabo.
My boy up there.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, so that those are some of the issues that we have in our country, right?
No center Monrovia, we say something with network, then what somebody encounter all places. Is that bad?
That's what Duba told you last night. He will make sure and look for internet, and one will not bap.
What do you mean by that?
The internet get a big bro hell last night until he came with her,
Yeah, the two companies they're not doing well for Liberian, man. We're not talk tired seriously.
Scarlett just need to reduce their prices. That's all. When they reduce their price, a lot of people will go for it. Because because even you put monthly data that is unlimited, that they say is unlimited, they don't even carry you for that time.
For me,
so you
for me,
it's okay. 50, 40.
yeah, for me, we're looking at the average people who buying it, but $40 is not a bad thing for now because it be better buy the orange and the lunsa where you buy the tell that back the data monkey and finish and it not be effective. It's not effective. Sadly, it's a fake internet. When you buy pay $40, you can scream any kind of wire video, do anything on it fast and it's simple.
Yeah, and the good thing now is at least the government is trying on how they call the current now the current system at least to some level.
Yeah,
So
the company is actually stable.
once you get, because one of the challenge of that thing is
The current
electricity. Yeah, so
electricity because it's not cell phone, it's a Wi-Fi. You know, when current goes, they go.
yeah,
But
yeah, but
it's bad, man. It's really really bad. I don't know what will we do here. But again, Ravi, what's your take today on the game? I think you follow it. You follow the game
Yeah,
today. What's your take?
like I said, I think for every football game, the best side wins. No matter who wins in our district in Nimba, we are all united. We are all one, and I think the purpose of the game is for unity. Even though we were defeated, but now we're standing. We wanted to put smile. Cotton just coming in again. Cotton just got elected, so we wanted to celebrate him. That's why we allowed him to beat us. But I can
I
show you
get
that
it.
I can show you that District 2 is prepared. But the game was good. The momentum, I was watching when the superintendent came on the field and how the whole place went wild. I think that's what we need in Liberia. Football is one thing that hardly unites us and brings about joy and excitement among people. I think the game was good.
DK, you follow the game today. Let's hear you. What's your take? DK, are you there?
Yeah, my tip is well, Reverend said, Koto is our needed lawmaker, though he are not been certificated. So we have to give Koto all the benefit, the same benefit that we gave him during the elections. So at this point, we just have to support Koto. Yeah, Koto. Bad person can support you. Then bad player then say they will not give it. That means it's a choice of the vice president, and so we have to gain all the necessary support. So anything cool one I will too. Yeah. So Koto is
Our
is
guest is
Koto.
saying he's trying to leave his house because the network is not good to come somewhere on the road and maybe we'll be a car to call.
Then go to Chucky.
So
That may get
Yeah,
plenty money. You're trying to go to Chucky there, get good network there.
call him
yeah.
and
He
tell
want
him.
he
You
wants
can
to take you back.
no, he's not
Lorena, no,
far
I
from
just I
Jackie.
just
Yeah, drive to
I
Jackie
just
now.
I just suggest that my people are now. You go to
Oh
Jackie, you will
yeah.
get good network there.
Okay, let me call him and let him know.
Yeah, Jackie, because I play with interview co with that time it was good.
And Jackie
Who
not too
call
far
with
from
him?
him.
Yeah.
You want to know where your heart
Other
is,
than
man.
that, but the quarter attendant, the game, he went to the game.
Carter is worried because he got the case is still in court, so Carter is not ready to
I
finish
thought they
playing the
dismissed
game.
the case yesterday.
Yeah.
No,
They say if you go to
I,
Jackie, they have good network there. Now,
You
and
can't
make
put
us
yourself
say.
on mute. Why when you get
Lorena,
connected with people you can be exposing them a day?
Lorena, what happened?
We'll suspend you. Oh.
so the case is still in court.
Oh, they say
Anthony,
if you go to Jackie, who are coming to your door? You
Lorena,
just
you
told
are
me to
on.
tell
You
him
are
here to
you
go
are
to
live.
Jackie, and I'm telling him to say what he again.
So who the man you
You
wanted to go to Jackie?
So,
Huh?
so you in Ganta, you telling somebody to meet you to Jackie? Is that oh what you doing? Say oh
He's
so
the owner, man.
today while while we still are waiting our guests to join us, there have been 2 arrests made in the drugs case today. There have been 2 arrests made, and I was lucky to lay hands on the video. Somebody sent it to me, so maybe I can play this while we stay with our guests. See how they send me a video. I'm trying to download it. It's giving me a little bit of problem, but let me play this for us. I want to recognize Chris Silly on the show. Chris, welcome.
Welcome
Thank you.
to the closing argument focus on Liberia. We are live from District 17, where huge quantity of drugs have been found in District 17. Yeah, there are suspects who were arrested, at least 2 of them that has been arrested, and now they are the magisterial court here in District 17. Now, in Broadville City, it been informed that this high quantity of drugs, very huge quantity of drugs, were found in the Jatono town, respectively, around the 17 period. So here is the Liberian National Police. This is a joint security parade. Here is the Liberian National Police here with another consignment of quantity of drugs that were found around the motor corner. I mean the Jatono town, fit a Keleme campus way. So you see, another quantity have been sent here to the court here, along with the police. The Liberian National Police is here. It's a joint operation by the LDA and the police. A huge quantity of drugs been investigated in District 17, Maserado County. So you see for yourself. These drugs were also escorted by motorbike riders and also citizens of District 17. Now I think the additional security protocol may be needed because there is a very huge quantity of drugs. First, this is the biggest rate ever in 2017 in the Republic of Liberia. If following the following issues, because look at this quantity of drugs. It's very huge, very huge. The biggest rate ever in 2017. This is a joint operation by the Liberia National Police and the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. I'm Sarah Augustine Mario Jr. We have to double our speed from Monrovia straight here into 17 on back. Force of Media is also live. Force of Hope Media is also live here. This is the first ever huge quantity of drugs ever arrested in District 17.
You see the kind of drugs? You seen the quantity of drugs? Damn it. This is hard to talk, eh? Shadrach, over to you.
Yeah, Jim. So, like I said this evening, for me, I watched it live, even though I didn't find it to finish because I was doing other things in the office. Like we all said from our introductory statement, this Islamic, and we call on the government to do more than this. I believe that it's just 10% of what is happening across the country. 10%, because we don't have border security in tight, and there's more need to be done, brother. If the president can take a drastic decision by giving executive order to put out effort to help the joint security within 2, 3, 4 months, I think we can see some progress with the drug issue. Notwithstanding, the government also has to build a center when they grab the user, where you will keep them, train them, psychological training and other things that will make them forget about that particular how they call it acts. Because the Reverend said, you may take the user or you may boss person what they say, but if you can't rehabilitate them, they will go back to other means of getting drugs. It's serious in our country, brother. You get a little brother, get a children coming, or you don't know their mind. So it's alarming, it's scary. Seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad, man. Reverend, you saw the video. Those quantity of drugs, they are enough to destroy Liberia. From what I
So,
see, Mhm.
so indeed, like we have said earlier, I think Liberia is proceeding in the right direction. What we need is the cooperation of the rest of the citizens. Like DK was saying, our border is so open. Even don't forget about the port of entry points that he was talking about in the interior, right to Uganda border. You go to Uganda border, our security sector is such that anybody can infiltrate. Those guys, when they come from Guinea, we don't even have the equipment to search for drugs. So they come from Guinea, cross the border right there in Ganto, right there in the heart of the city, and you just go in the office before you make up your mind. The truck is gone, and like that all the way until it has arrived in Monrovia. So what we see happening today is as a result of citizens giving information to the securities, and I think that's what we need in our country. That's what I said earlier today. We all need to join hands together and see how best we can fight this. If we just leave it with the government alone, I'm sorry that we will not even go anywhere. We all need to put our hands on that.
Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Kilabo Gonglo is here this evening. Kilabo, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind, Chief?
Well, thank you, Junior. Thank you, all the panelists. I'm sorry, I'm watching Barcelona game. I just came from work. Um, I have missed this game, so I gotta do two things. I'm sorry. So I'm happy to be here. This is maybe my first time this week, so I'm hoping to see the guests. Let's debate whatever issues come up. I'm here particularly because, um, according to Siawete, who announced that Dog Cooper was coming on the show, the insinuation was that I made a statement that I consider it to be factual, and I think Dog is coming to dispute that statement, saying the question of lying is a reputational issue, it's a character issue, and I know that I'm a truth-telling person through all my life. I thought to be here tonight so I can listen to the panelists to see what he would say about the statement that I made. So I can have maybe a week later to make clarification, but I can be present, and in person we can debate this.
Yeah, so I mean, we are waiting for him to join us, and hopefully that we'll bring those issues on board so that they can be discussed here tonight. Like we say always on the show, dialogue and not confrontation. We say words and not bullets. Mr. Maverson, let's hear you. I think you watched the video of the drugs thing today. For me, it's difficult to talk because I don't
So
know.
oh, sorry, Chief.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, sure. I saw the video and it's troubling. It's something that should claim the attention of every citizen so as to launch a citizen attack on drugs because it is killing our society. It is destroying the fabrics of our society. But like I said the other day, we have to look at some fundamental issues, one of which I referenced was during the truth telling process when Joe Wallace, who was one of the key actors in our revolutionary process or in our revolution, in his truth telling process, he laid a claim that should have taken or that should have put alert stakeholders, especially when it comes to planning on addressing the issue of drugs. I have thought that there would have been a courtesy call so as to ascertain some information that will give some foundational information relative to hiding up, the fight against drugs. Because he said that the drug laws are targeting Liberia, and that was way 2005 or 2006. They're targeting Liberia, and in their grand plan, they will be producing lawmakers, they will be producing cartel police director, cartel state actors, and national leaders who have jurisdiction over the entire drug management combat process. And it's, to me, appear glaring that bulk of the fight will be seen as genuine, but if you were to dig deeper, they will know somehow cosmetic, because the very actors could be the one pretending to be the fighters. And he made those statements years ago. And I remember when Representative Papi Flomo from District 10, Maserado, was elected, or was being qualified to to go to the representative elections of District 10 by election at the time. There were a lot of name calling. There was a lot of revelations coming up that is associated with that. But yet, for the fact that the cartel is well liquid, and then they train our leadership process I'm taking, our electoral process I'm taking, is troubling, because one who has the heaviest pocket is the one that is elected to be the leader. So people are now elected nowadays to leadership position based on their character content, based on their understanding of the position, based on what they can contribute or what they can put on the table. But it's all about how much he or she can splash around during electoral period. Sadly, people are being elected for $20. People leaving their own area to another area to register for $10. So those troubling situations, it makes it difficult for us to combat drugs, because the cartel will use their accomplices to be the one providing national leadership, and they will be serving the interests of those that are giving them the money, as opposed fighting the drug. So it's troubling, and I feel for the current generation, because even in a developed world with all the security sophistication, drug is crippling the society. What much more to talk about Liberia, an emerging country with virtually every basic understanding and technology lacking. So I mean, it just troubled me, and it makes me to think and wonder what future should we be envisioning for Liberia, maybe 5, 10 years down the line, especially knowing that the leadership qualities of our country continue to be 6 and 7, from one ugly one to another bad one, and then people celebrate just blindly because of what pieces of the cake is being dashed at them. We need to be very real with ourselves. We need to streamline every process and know that we are genuine with decision we make, and that will mark the beginning of the fight against drug. If not, to me, everything remains cosmetic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our guest is already here. On Okobo, I think you are much better now, so we can hear you now.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
Yes,
How can you guys know the internet service, the internet problem in our country? Well, I think it's much better, right?
yes, it's much better. So if you won't mind, I think it would be much better when you go back to what you were saying earlier, because this is okay now for you to start from the beginning.
All right. Like I was saying, you asked how things are running, and I
Mhm.
just said, it has been very well. I was into many things prior to my taking up assignment in government. And so when I became very active in government service, most of what I was doing became active or abandoned. Now that at least I have time in my favor, I decided to go back and reactivate those things that I was doing and to ensure that I can complete them, to make sure that I cater to my family as well, and to really engage politically. So I'm on the ground, and I think things are very well with me.
Great. Now, this is the issue, the reason why we are here tonight to discuss politics, both local and national politics. I would want to cut you the chase to know how you leave from CDC and now join the Unity Party, supporting the Unity Party government currently. Give us a little backdrop of that, the entire situation.
Well, thank you. I remember in 2017, I was one of those who engaged the current president. By then, he was a standard bearer of the Unity Party, and I was also serving as the chairperson of the party for Nima County branch. At the same time, serving as the development superintendent or assistant superintendent for development. But eventually, I got promoted to the office of superintendent of the county. So our argument was that we wanted the second slot under the party to be given to Enebine. So we were pushing for Enebine to be considered for the vice standard bearership of the party. And so we lobbied with the standard bearer by then, who's now the current president of Liberia. And I remember because I have a personal relationship with him. So are we engaging at every level? The elders had their side, women had their side, the young people had their side. And so all of us were at the same front, pushing for a Nebayan to occupy the second slot of the party on the ticket. So you remember, most of you on this platform know, there was a discussion held in Ganta specifically. By then, I was the superintendent of the county at the LPRC guest house where Nebayans converged. But prior to that, we have met at the home of former Senator Grupi and agreed that we should all engage the standard bearer to have a consideration on taking a Nebayan to be considered for the vice standard bearership. So when we were let down, I got disappointed because we wanted Nebayan to occupy that second slot. Since it didn't work, and I've had a direct engagement with the president by then, standard bearer, and it didn't work. So I felt disappointed and decided to leave. So I promised I was not going to support him in that election. That's how I quit. I left. I withdrew my support and lended my support to CDC. And I can tell you, nobody lobbied with me for my support from the CDC. Nobody reached out to me. It was one day I decided to, because at the time I've had conversation with some of the elders of the country, some of the leaders, the late Batwa, and other people, all of us were disappointed. And so they have spoken to me that, look, since this did not work and NIMBAC interest was not considered, I don't think the support we wanted to give would be that way. And I said, look, but I will lead the campaign. I will not support. I will not continue with the support. So I went to town, and one morning I decided to have a press conference in town. And then I've contacted some journalists, including my own brother, Siwa Kwano, for a press conference to be held like the next day. So I passed to my brother's office, Kalebo Gonglu. I passed there to have something to take for seminar that morning. And so he said, but when did you come to town? I said, I got here yesterday. And I told him the reason why I was there. So he said, but then, but eat your food first, then we can talk. So we ate, and he said, look, but have you reached out to CDC? I said, no, I don't even want to reach out to any of them. I'm taking them by surprise. I will lend my support because I don't want anybody to come to me to say, look, we want your support. So I would lend my support to them to their surprise. And once that is done, before they will get to know that somebody's out there saying, no, but you can't do it like that. I think it's important. I get a lot of friends among them, so I can connect some of them. You and them talk. I said, look, I want to take the poll by surprise. So while we're talking, Mr. Gonglo, Kalebo dialed a number for Minister McGill by then, and he and McGill talked. Then he said, but I get one of the big fish from Nimba who wants to then support people. He's here, the current superintendent of the county. And so McGill said, but then let's meet. Give him my number, let's meet. And if you talk to McGill today, he and myself did not meet until I declare my support. I did not go to a score for he and I to meet. I left in fact that particular day when calls started coming to me left and right. I didn't speak in town. I left, got back on my car and came to Nimba. I went to Secretary where I made a declaration. So when the election got over in 2017, Mr. Weah won. Like I said, I have a relationship with the current president. He's my direct-in-law. So I went back to him and said, Your Excellency, I don't want our relationship to get damaged because of political support. I withdrew my support because what happened, even though I overreacted by leaving you to lend my support, but I really, really felt bad because as superintendent of the county, I would have loved being a superintendent to see a vice president coming from our county. And wherever I go, I put Nima first. So when you let us down, I was disappointed. That's how I lent my support to CDC. But I came back to tell you, I'm sorry. Let's open another chat. We can work together. In future election, I can support you. So that's how we threw the bitter past behind us and we decided to forge ahead. And so I came back and I supported him in 2023.
Great. I mean, that's a splendid explanation. Taking you now to Nima again, where you serve as superintendent. I honor your regime. I'm told that you guys used to receive 200,000 United States dollars from the national government for county development. And then you also used to receive 1.5 million from Asilo Mental for county social development. Do you care to elaborate on this a little bit? How did you guys use the county development differently from the county social development?
Well, I don't know. Even though I try as much as possible not to get involved with this unnecessary debate about what is happening, because currently my role is to see how Nimba or Nimbans can get united and how all of us can forge ahead at one front. But let me tell you this. Some of the arguments people made yesterday, we got defeated and because of the argument, we got distracted and we could not do much as expected. I can tell you, yesterday we have $1.5 million coming. Sometimes when I see young people or many people, some politicians going around saying, yesterday not much was done. No, not that much was not done. But because we didn't do what is done today, so therefore people see it as nothing was done yesterday. There were many, many things done. But the money yesterday that we used the money for political projects, then using that for projects that will be our cashing. Now, yesterday you have $1.5 million coming and 200,000 coming as county development fund. They were all placed into a consolidated fund account. They were not placed in separate funds or separate accounts and given to the county. They were placed in one account. Usually when the money came, there was a county council organized by members of the caucus. By then, superintendents were not members of the county council sitting. Usually what was done was, at the opening, the superintendent would come and make a welcome statement, welcome members of the council or the delegates, and welcome them in the city, welcome them in the county, and turn over the gap of authority over to the leadership of the caucus, who will preside over the sitting. When that is done, decision derived at the close of the sitting, the superintendent will be invited and the decision derived will be given to the superintendent as mandate to execute. So by this, even though we have planned county development plan that usually we talk to the county council sitting, but it was through the window. And then decisions were made on the basis of what lawmakers wanted. Today is different thing altogether. The superintendent has a county local council, and the local council is drawn from districts. The superintendent and all police sit down at the county level, draw development agenda, development plans for the fiscal year, take that to the council approves, and that is executed by the superintendent and our court officers. Unfortunately, that was not our case. Maybe lawmakers during the campaign, like Chiawete was a candidate in the election, maybe from District 4 or District 5, went around the county or went around the district, promised the local people, I will bring school, I will build commissioner compound here, I will build youth center. So therefore, after the election, he takes those promises to the county council sitting and legislate that as a resolution by the council or influence the delegates to pass on that as a resolution, and then that decision is being communicated to the superintendent for enforcement. So we didn't have our own plan to execute. It was the plan from the council that we executed. We didn't have our own plan. Not that we didn't have our own plan, but our own plan was never part of the consideration of the council. So this is where we are today.
Great. That's very good. Now, with this recent rigmarole between the vice president, let's say, and the senator Samuel Koga, you are a statement of Nima, and you are also an editor of Nima County. What have you been doing recently behind the scene to see how best this issue is resolved between the two leaders?
Thank you. I think we have played our role perfectly. The night of the interview that this station had with Onokoga, the senator, I was in bed, and I think the interview was held around 10 days. I have gone to bed, I have my internet off, and I have my both phones on silent. It was around 2 o'clock in the night. I got up to attend nature in the bathroom, and then I saw my phone light blinking. So when I looked on the phone, I saw a strange number that I could not identify, and it was around 2, 3 in the night. So I could not attend to that call. I left the phone and went in the bathroom. When I got out, the phone was still ringing, but my both phones were ringing at the same time, different numbers. So I took the other phone, canceled the call. When I looked, I saw one of my friend's number. So I dialed the number and called to inquire what was happening. He didn't say I called something in the night towns. So I called him back and said, but man, you monitoring what is happening? I said, no. He said, but man, there are many calls. People calling you left and right, you're not picking up your call. I said, I'm sleeping. So when you explained to me, then I tried, he said, but I just send you the recording. So I listened to the recording from the senator. So then I went back to sleep. I called my phone and went back to sleep. And by 5:45 in the morning, I placed a call to the senator. And I thought he was in Monrovia, but when I called, he answered me and said he was in Kant. I said, but then that makes it better for me. I will find you in the morning. He said, no, I will come to you. Or I said, no, Senator, you are the senator. I will drive to you in the morning. So we set the time and said I should be there at 10. So 10 o'clock, I went to the house. The senator and I had a conversation for Sunday, 1 hour, 30 minutes. I tried to calm him down that there was need for us to see how we can encourage discussion between he and the vice president on this. If there's anything that caused him to have had the interview, there was need for them to begin a conversation. So I spoke with him for Sunday, 1 hour, 30 minutes, and we concluded. He assured me that, Onokopa, I'll be going to town today. But the vice president also called me early this morning. I said, but then that's good. Since he called you and you're going to town, 2 days later, I'll be coming town. But I think you people can meet, say, yes, we promised to meet tomorrow. So when we dropped the line, when we had a conversation, I left and came to my house. I also called the vice president and I told him the conversation I had with Koga and encouraged him to open up so that the two of them can meet prior to my going. So that discussion was held with the both of them. And then I traveled from Ganta after 2 days and went to town. I was a part of the engagement by the elders, both in Monrovia and in Nimba, from beginning to end, even though I was not too well in the body, and I, at certain point I had to leave to go to the hospital and come back later. But I was there from the beginning almost to the end. So I have been a part of the process. I placed a call to, if I have conversation with the vice president personally, I have conversation with the senator, and usually he and I talk on the phone. So I've been playing my part and talking to many people as well to get involved.
So currently, where do we stand with everything? Uh, when you guys came from Monrovia, the others had a press conference. They said there were an engagement set up for NIMA. How is it now? Have you guys settled the issue finally, or you are still awaiting an engagement in NIMA?
I think basically the last conversation we had in town, uh, there was a breakthrough where the senator placed a call to the vice president, the both of them spoke in our presence on the phone. And I think that was a good beginning. We are still engaged with them. I'm on my way to town on Saturday to begin a conversation, both with the vice president and the senator. And all of us just need to get involved. I think what is happening is um, a lot of people try, and that's why I can be a bit careful how to address this, because a lot of people try to to sprinkle gas on fire. They try to use other people to make a point. But I think we are well on course. The senator are being open to me, as well as the vice president, and the conversation are being ongoing. We are encouraging the others to keep the engagement, and we will continue to do that until we can get there.
Thank you. Let's now go to our panelist, DK, where you can ask your two questions. After you, we go to Reverend Marvin and Siawate. Then we go to Mr. Mafasin Kilebo and the rest of the panelists.
Thank you, Honorable D. Dokubo. How are you?
I'm okay. Hey, my GS,
Chief,
how you doing?
Chief, Chief, you know,
Very good.
yesterday when we announced you're coming, your development superintendent said I should not speak. So I'm asking for permission. Can I speak now?
DK, way, go ahead. I mean, my man, DK, it's been a long time. You don't even place a call to me, so my DS is right to tell you, say, now call me. But you can go ahead with your question.
I respectfully submit. Sorry, you based
Thank
it
you.
out. Sorry. Moving forward, I'll be calling you. In fact, your new portfolio as a political strategy to the vice president, I need to befriend you.
Look at that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Is that something that is being confirmed by this platform, or where is it coming from?
I don't want saying it. Don't look for anybody. You know me, I have a friend. Thank you, bossman. So my first question to you is: are you still considering to contest for the senatorial seat in Nima?
DK, it's difficult for anybody to say what's going to happen in the future. So, but what I can tell you is, if you talk about maybe, let me tell you this. During the 2023 election, when we were campaigning, I remember one day, Senator Johnson, the late, may his soul rest in peace. We had traveled a long distance in one of the rural communities, and he called the vice president and said, look, Onokun, this election, when we go and win, the slot that will be left, we carry Onokopo as your replacement. So, and he kept saying that thing everywhere we went. And when the election was over, he called me one morning and said, Nasubi Emeritus. I said, yes. I said, yes, Senator. He said, okay, get ready. Go to Councilor Kura, the chairperson of the MTRO, and let him register you. You are our candidate for election. So I said, okay, Senator, I will talk to you after 2 days. I remember I went to the chairman, Councilor Kura. He called me. I went there one morning and he said, look, the senator has communicated with me. That's why I call you. So we want your information so that we can process you for the election. You are our candidate. I said, okay, Councilor, just give me a day. I went to the vice president. I say, Mr. Vice President, thanks for everything that you have been doing. And I'd like to say that I'm happy that the senator called me and said I should be the candidate for this election. But let me tell you this. We just came from election, and our little brother Nya, I was one of those who talked to him, even though Nya had been a partisan of the Unity Party, but I was one of those who reached out to him after the first round of the election for his support. And he did well. Everything he ever had for the first campaign, he turned everything over to the Unity Party, and we campaigned during the run of the election. So, and I still see his appetite for the election, for the seat. He and I cannot contest him a little better, and I will now want to go into election with him. So I want all of us, Mr. Barbara and King, to talk to you. Let's talk to the senator, let's convince him so that we can fill Jan as our candidate. So if you talk to Senator Twanya, he will tell you that, because the vice president called in our morning and join us there and say, look, Onokopo King said we should carry you instead of him, we should carry you. So for that, we're making you as our candidate. So from that election, we all campaigned and we made Onotwanya a senator. So that means I'm not just anxious for senatorial seat or whatever position. Right now, what I have in mind is to see how we can push NIMBA to that ladder. How collectively all of us can work together to get NIMBA at that level. It's not about me becoming a senator. So, but I don't want to tell you yes or no that in the future I cannot run for any position. No, I cannot close the door myself. But I can tell you for now, my interest is not into any election currently.
Thank you. Meaning by tomorrow, your interest might come, which is good. Thank you. My next question will be centered around elections. When you say in your explanation not too long that your agenda now is to push Nima on the ladder, then my next question is: there are other Nibaden who have been seeking the very thing that you are seeking, the legs of Tiawonse Gonglo, the legs of Elijah Jeremiah Wapo. You are not being able to physically and visibly support them. Is there any issue between you and the Gonglo that you can publicly state or disassociate yourself with it and tell, oh, why publicly you are not being able to endorse any of the Gonglo in any elections?
BK, no, absolutely not. But let me tell you this. Let me go back. I remember endorsing and supporting my big sister, Mana Ide Gonglo Way. I supported her in 2014 election. And I supported her in two different elections, senatorial elections. So for anybody to tell you, say, I've not been able to support any of the Congress in election, that's not true. I have supported Sis Edith 2 times in election. And in fact, you know, at that time, Sis Edith was in my house. She and I lived in my house in Kanta, in our house. In fact, the house was she and I have been living there. And I was campaigning for her and taking her everywhere. So there's no way that anybody can say that, you know, we are brothers and sisters. It's unfortunate the other time I listened to my brother Clevo on this show, even claiming that I'm his friend and we are not brothers. So, but I can tell you from my heart, we are brothers and sisters. I mean, all of us are from the same town, and by tradition, when you come from your town and travel out, like we Nibians, when we live from here and meet in Cape Mount, we are brothers and sisters. When we meet in any different place, we are brothers and sisters. Then people won't even know that we can marry for each other. So that's the kind of tradition we have. So we are brothers and sisters. I've been supporting them. I've been supporting that. I think you are making specific reference to the 2023 election. That's the only election that I did not support Councillor Tiawa Gonglo for president, because I was already supporting, like I said, I've already committed to supporting Ambassador Joseph Boaka, and then he had already considered my recommendation that I started as far back as 2017. So I could not leave that and say, look, something that I started to leave that and go back to Councillor Gonglo, because in fact, in that election, you saw that the variables could speak for themselves. The variable could speak that there are two contending parties, the United Party and the CDC.
Thank
So,
you.
soup. I'm leaving you, but you said something. Sorry, John. You said something in passing that I didn't get about driving. You said in 2017, Kellewo was the one that introduced you to the CDC and McGill.
Let me go back again. I said I have gone to town to declare my support for the CDC to have a press conference. That morning, Caleb is my brother. So I drove to his office. They had this restaurant right by his office. And so I went there and I wanted to eat, but I sent for the food. There was a boy from Yokiai working in his office, and we sent him for the food. The boy brought the food in the office. And so while eating, then I shared with him my decision that I was about to make. So he said, "But have you spoken to any of them?" I said, "No, I wanted to take them by surprise." Then he said, "Oh, but then my man, Tyler is my friend. Even though I knew Tyler, we were connected. The only person I didn't have contact for was McGill." And he said, "But you know," so immediately he placed a call to McGill. They spoke on the phone, and he wanted McGill and I to meet. So McGill said, "But let's meet. You can take my number from Calebo, and I will also take a number. Call me so we can meet." And if you speak to Mr. McGill today, or Senator McGill, he will tell you, he and myself did not meet. Immediately when I ate, once the information got out, I decided not to have my press conference again in Morocco. I came back to Morocco. Came back to Nimba. The place where I had my press conference was in Secretary.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to Reverend Marvin. Marvin will ask us 2 questions, and we will slide from there and go to veteran Matheson Davis. Then we go to key level, and then we go to the rest of the panelists. I beg you guys, I want to take it with courtesy. That's why I beg you. Reverend, let's hear you.
Thank you so much, dear, and good afternoon to our Honorable Doug Cooper.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. It's my pleasure to be in your company this afternoon. Even though we haven't met face to face, but I heard a lot about you, and I'm so excited that I can be here this afternoon to listen to you. I heard you talk
Thank you.
about
You're
the
welcome.
unity. Yeah, thank you. I heard you talk about the unity of NIMBA, and a lot of your colleagues have been pushing the agenda of one NIMBA. I want to know this afternoon. What is your idea about one NIMBA policy, and what does it stand to benefit the rest of the sons and daughters of NIMBA?
Well, let me tell you this, my brother. Thanks for the question. What is happening? People are missing out something here. Like the other time, I was listening to one radio talk show in town, and people were concerned about reconciliation in the country, and were even saying not much is done to reconcile the country by people, the winning team or the winning party or those in government. And they were making specific reference to even the vice president. I think what is happening, all of us as Nigerians, we want to see NIMBA together. We want to see an agenda that will speak for NIMBA in totality. But we are being entrapped into something here that all of us need to be very clear about. I think there is an effort to reconcile the country by all of us, but we have a challenge, and that challenge is those of us who are politicians, our unwillingness to let go the bitter past for election is the challenge we have. And I think many people have appeared, even on your platform, who will tell you they are from opposition, that they are being reached either by telephone or personally they are sat with the vice president. Because I have been in most of the discussions. I have even encouraged the vice president, and I have taken some of the people who are from, like Brother Wapo, you speak to him, he will tell you. He and I have sat, and he and I drove together, went to the vice president, we had conversation. Most of these people who are for opposition, we have had conversations. So many people will tell you that. So there are efforts to make sure that people come together. But what is happening is the democracy we have, we exercise that right, but we don't also accept the fact that election will come with bitterness, election will come with pains, election will come with insult, election will come with negative propaganda. But what we are not able to do is to allow the bitter past to go with the election. So after election, we keep whatever happens in the election, we keep it for revenge. So people want to revenge. That's basically what is happening. Now, oh, because yesterday when we were campaigning, this man said I was a gay or I was a gay, so therefore I want to pay back after the election. So I'm keeping that as a grudge. This is what is happening. But I think if there's election and the election is over, the winning party reach out to you, or the winner reach out to you and say, look, my brother or my sister, the election is over, whatever happened, let's put that behind us and move forward. I think we need to embrace that so all of us can work together. But people still holding on to, so like myself, the vice president, I went to the senatorial election in 2020. All of us contested, and there were worse things that we said about each other. And I can tell you, even Senator Groupie, the former senator, he and I live side by side. There were many days that he said, I even claimed in tree to look, to spy in and all kinds of things and play on the media. After the election, the senator and I, we talk, we talk to him. He will tell you that. So I reach out to everybody after election. For me, I just feel that when election is over, it's over. And people should discard whatever happened during the election and forge ahead. This is where we have a challenge in our country. So people feel that because this happened yesterday, so I must pay back too. This is where we are. So, but I think all of us are hoping to see Nima moving at the same pace and all of us moving together whenever there is election. And election will always come and go. Particularly local election, is meant for people who are from the same place. So now people say, oh, but you are brother, you contesting against each other. No, but that's why they set electoral demarcation so that people from the same community can contest. So people from District 4 and people from District 5 will not be in the same election together. It is people from District 4 and people from District 4 that will contest. It is people from District 3 that will contest against each other. But when the election is over, we should put that behind us and push ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Reverend, your last question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cooper, Honorable. Um, you have had or occupied a lot of governmental positions, including Solicitor General, development superintendent, up to the level of superintendent proper, commerce inspector general in Liberia, and so forth. And
Former Inspector General, not Solicitor General.
okay, sorry. You have a lot of portfolio. What legacy have you left for which young generation after you will want to be like you?
Well, you know, it is difficult for me to speak for myself. But I think today, across Liberia, not only in Nimba, people see that Dokupo introduced infrastructure development, design, different design altogether, which is the story building. There were many things that I did, but I cannot go on counting what I did. I like to leave that with the public. There are many things that I have done. And even like I talk about unity, I'm a unifier. I like to bring people together. I like to see people coming together. You know, and I like to always encourage people to forget about the bitter past and come together. It's a legacy, you know. So you will see young people that we contributed to their education. Even today, we still doing that with our even personal resources. We do that to help young people. So these are legacies that we are leaving behind.
Thank you. Mr. Matheson, let's hear your two questions. After you, we go to key level, then we go to the rest of the panelists.
All right, thank you. They say once a chief is always a chief. At least I have an opportunity in my life to work with David Cooper, and I believe we build a relationship that transcended just working relationship. So, Chief, how are you?
I'm feeling fine. We missed each other call a few days ago, but I'm okay. I want to say thank you for the work over there. We are neighbors.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
We are getting next to neighbors.
The boss told me about you, and reached out to know the guy from the other guy, your Yahweh mentioned guy who right there, man. I think he's in Fargo,
That
in the
one,
States.
that one, no.
That
That
one,
one, no.
yeah. Yeah, that one now talk, you know.
Yeah.
Well, from yesterday, I thought to just follow the show, but I think as part of the panelists, I won't be doing the show justice to just sit with hands full. And then there are a couple of things I want to look at. One has to do with the narrative. Why you left the Unity Party and joined the CDC. And fortunately, I was part of the meeting we had at LPRC, which I would say had no blame on Joe Boakai. We Nima people, for whatever reason, if we desired the number 2 position in 2017, then we defeated that purpose in the meeting because the leadership, the elders, and everybody told Joe Boakai that the support to him has no precondition, whether he looked north, south, west. Nima was determined to stand by him. And then that's one. Two, the meeting that was held at the vice president's house, the reason given, because when you spoke encyclopedia, all of us were taken by surprise. Initially, under your gavel, we have concluded that we're going to remain with Joe Boakai. And I know you have a very good relationship with Madam President at the time. And there were this spewing dissatisfaction between the both parties, the vice president and that of the Madam, for which Unity Party was split. People took their sides based on wherever they found themselves close. And when we had a meeting, after you had spoken encyclopedia, which took all of us by surprise, the reason given for your exit was far too remote from the one given tonight. And that's where my own concern comes in. You've made us to understand that you left the UP because you felt disrespected as superintendent by the chairman and the vice chairman. They have asked you out of the chapel that the vice president was using to take a tour, which you see as a gross disrespect to your authority in the county, and which some of us decided to dive deeper, because if that was done to the superintendent who is the leader of the county, then we were concerned. But to argue or to present tonight that it was because the vice president refused to look Nima in terms of running mate, you leave me with the question as to what really was the reason. Was it not the supposedly disrespect from the chairman of the party, Wilmon P. Then? It has now become the vice president's own inability to look to Nima. I just want you to make a little clarity there so that the listening audience can be aware, so that the former chairman, Wilmon P. too, would know that, you know, you were fighting a good cause for Nima. It was not because of any disrespect for him, but because the principal at the time refused to look Nima, which is a genuine fight for the people of Nima. I want you to just look at that.
Thank you, DS. I think you got one side of the story and you didn't get the orders. There were many things that we did. I wish I would not want to bring everything on this platform because it's going to take a long time. There were many discussions that we had. At a certain point, you and I, you know Ome Payman, right? You know
Yeah,
Ome
no
Payman?
payment.
Okay, if you put him on your show tonight, he will tell you. Do you know that even after the discussion that was in Ganta, there was another call that we should bring after we brought all those who were vying for the vice tenor bearer position, that we could not settle down on one at the Senator Groupie place, but we concluded in our meeting that, look, let's tell the vice president or the tenor bearer, say, look, among all the people, anybody you take, and all those who were eyeing the vice president's position, we invited all of them in our meeting, and they all made a commitment that, look, when the old man take one of us, we will all support, we will not break away. That commitment was being made. It was
I
from
was in
that
the
commitment.
I was in the
Okay.
meeting at Goopy's house.
Okay, it was from there that all of us went to the president. And then Honorable Yuan and I made a presentation for and on behalf of member people to the standard bearer. When that discussion was being held, the standard bearer went to town and sent for the elders. I told them to Monrovia, do you know that we presented a candidate to him? You remember, you know that?
I was called. Yeah.
Okay. We presented a candidate. That means the other discussion that was held in Ganta, we found that.
That for the sake of the show, can you call the candidate name?
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Because there are some deeper things that people do, and sometimes you don't need to bring because when I hear some of the things that politics you play, there are a lot of things that play in the back. That's not like you were asking me about how far have we gone with the reconciliation. You want to know how far the others. There are many more things that we have done that cannot be on this platform as a leader. So, and because when you do that, you open Pandora box, people will be taking it different. Some people will. So I like to be very careful how I present the issue so that I will not cause more harm. Now, the standard bearer by then, we went and presented a candidate. Now, when the decision was made, contrary to what we last discussed in town, and I didn't one day accuse Mr. Wimope or Honor Wimope as being the one. I told you what happened in Ganta was the current chief for maritimes. It was Nito, Mr. Honor Nito Zadala, who asked me out of the seat. And it didn't happen in the corner, it happened on the Pearson field where the program was being held. He asked me out, and who then even on Nokido and on Harrison come, we said, no, but this our superintendent, you can ask the man out of the seat. That was not in the secret. So I said those were the two reasons. So maybe you got one of the reasons, but you didn't get the order.
So you say Harrison can we?
I'm saying no, or Senator Adolfo Duro. Senator Adolfo Duro and Nokido. Senator Adolfo Duro and Nokido.
Let's leave that. Then the other question is going to be should I say rhetorical one? You've had a very solid history when it comes to political activities in the county. One would say not stable, and one would say well calculated. Whatever the school of thought would be, I would like to know 205, I think you started with the Liberian Action Party to the Unity Party 2017. At the 11 hours, you went over to CDC, then back to Unity Party, and in every one of those regimes, you are always on the table. What is it that you do differently that perhaps the young people can take cue from that always put you on the table? Is it that it should be a school of thought that no one should be stable to a political party, look at where the sun is being shined, look at where the sun will shine and move in that direction? What really are you doing differently, and what lesson your political path can teach the emerging generation?
You not learn from the men when y'all working together.
Thank you, Bobby. I expected you to have graduated from my school, but anyway,
No, I say emerging generation, not me. For me,
well, let me tell you this. This is a good question. Let me tell you this. I've been stable in my political decision. I joined the Liberal Action Party when I was a young man. I did not leave the Liberal Action Party. I think there was a merger that brought us to the Unity Party. So I did not leave from Liberal Action Party to Unity Party. I was by then the youth chair for Nima County for the Liberal Action Party when there existed a budget that brought us together as a one party, one single party. So that's how I am. I am a member of the Unity Party. So I did not leave Liberal Action Party because there was sunshine in the Unity Party and rain there. No. We came there as a result of the merger. Now, in 2005, 2017, I've just told you the reason why I left and lended support to the CDC. And I told you after the election, I reconciled with my father-in-law, the president of Liberia, and I pledged my support. Honorable Martin was in our discussion when I went to tell him I'm sorry. I overly reacted, and there was need for us to come together. Tony Yang was a part of, in fact, he invited them to that meeting. When I booked the appointment to meet with him, he called those people and they were part of the meeting that we had in his office at the time. And I told him immediately after the election that, look, Your Excellency, I came to tell you I'm sorry. You're my father-in-law. When I fall down, you, I get hurt. When you fall down me, I get hurt. Whatever happened, please forgive me. In future elections, I will come back to support you. But I tell you, I was really, really angry. That's how I left. And I want you, in your next political decision, consider Nimba. And I'm happy that all the conversation concerning this coming together for Nimba to be on this table, I was also a part, to make Nimba to reach to this level. So it has not just been about me. So if anybody will want to learn from me, then learn to put Nimba first and make that as part of your decision. Anytime you think about Nimba and you put Nimba first, and you think that if Nimba benefits, all of us benefit, that would be good.
Thank you so much, Honorable Doyle. Thank you, Veteran Matheson, for those questions. We will now go to Mr. Kilabo Gonglo to ask his two questions. But folks, if you're just joining us on the show this evening, you're listening to the Heat Hour here on BKS TV. And of course, on the Heat Hour, we say dialogue and not confrontation. We say words and not bullets. In today's edition of the show, we are hosting former Nema County Superintendent, former Development Superintendent, former Inspector General of Commerce, and also former City Mayor of Kansas City, Honorable David Dahl Cooper. Over to you now, Mr. Kilabo.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Cooper.
Wow. Dr. Kalebo Gonglo, how are you doing, sir?
Well, I'm not counselor. I'm in
No,
mathematics.
I didn't say counselor.
Oh, okay. So good appearance. I think you made a couple of points, some of which I agree with, particularly when it came to the performances of past superintendent and the role of the legislative caucus in macro-managing policy issue in the country. Before I proceed, Junior and all upon on this, I would just like to maybe ask for your indulgence, because the guest tonight made some statement which I want to respond to later. So I'm going to ask you questions. Then I will also make a statement. Is that okay?
So Kellewo, John, 1 second, Kellewo, if we're giving you the time, if Mr. Cooper says something during a deliberation that you need to clarify so he can respond, while he stay here, do that. We don't want him when he leave, then we'll do that in our closing will not be fair to him.
Oh.
Yeah, so anything that clarity, do it. Then if he has respond, Then you get a response. Then we'll make the show. Yes. Instead of us doing it in your absence.
DK, well, this is precisely what I said. That I
Okay,
will
Yeah, go
thank you.
ask
Go
ahead.
ahead, bossman.
questions.
Go ahead.
I will
DK, I
ask
beg
questions.
you. You gotta get a chance to
Yeah,
Mr.
I said I
Kilebo.
will ask question why I'm on the floor. Then I will make a statement. Because question may not bring out everything, right? So
Okay, go ahead.
because Dora is, like I said on the show and on the show, Dora is my childhood friend. We grew up going to passion hunting, going to pick guava. I still remember those places that we went as children. Okay, so we've come a long way. Because we come a long way, it means we have a colossal collection of history, of joy and unhappiness in our history. So some of which I will try to explore, to settle and provide clarity to some of it tonight. Okay, so I will bring some of those things in front of question. So my first question I want to ask is, and I want to repeat because my first thing asked this question. I want to just ask again. Did you say that I asked you to support Georgia?
I don't know whether you're on the show when I started, Mr. Gongo. I didn't say you ever asked me to support Georgia. I didn't say that.
Okay. Maybe I should put it this way. Did you say I was the one who said I want you to go, I will introduce you to Natana Mageni. I was the first person who suggested Natana Mageni to you?
Yes, I didn't know any of them. And you asked me whether I was in conversation with them. And I told you no. I wanted to have a press conference, but they are my friends.
Okay.
So I think the last time you spoke, I think the last time you spoke on this show, you also said it, Mr. Gonglo. Maybe you can replay that.
No, maybe you didn't. There's a replay. You didn't listen to that. Oh well. What I said, in fact, that what brought you tonight. But I will come back to that when I talk. The other thing which you explained, you said there were other issues, not everything. But my first thing asked a question. The meeting you had at LPRC in Ganta, where all the potential running mate to Boaka at the time in 2017, they all commit themselves that whatever decision Boaka takes, they were going to remain with him. And by count, all of those people whose names were in the public view, they all remain with Boaka. But you, who were not even a potential candidate, you left Boaka. What does that say about you? Can you clarify?
Oh yeah, because Calebo, you're talking about people who went to election. And I was the head of the county administration. And as head of the county administration, the elders worked with me. So I was leading that campaign for Nima interest. So it was not about their personal interest. It was for Nima interest.
All right. So another question I'm going to ask is, I'm going to ask this question because we have a common ground. Few months ago, my older brother, Councillor Tsawanse Gonglo, called me here in the United States and alleged that Mike Atopebe has called him and said that you, Dog Cooper, had complained me to hear Mike Atopebe that I was the one who caused your graduation debacle at the University of Liberia. And they should talk to me. And for the record, when my big brother called me, I was really furious, very furious. I asked him a couple of questions. I said, did you ask Mike Atopebe for specific, if I play a specific role in that? Did you ask him for that? And he said, no, I don't want no confusion. He told me, and I want to tell you, if you are doing anything in this, if you are behind it, take your hand from there. And we'll hang on the phone. I immediately I called him, but I didn't get him. And I called Nyanse Glow. I spoke with him. So in public manner, I want to ask you, the situation that you had at the University of Liberia involving the failed graduation attempt, did Caleb Gonglo play any role in it?
What Mr. Gonglo, I don't like to dwell on this thing. I don't like to get distracted. In the first place, look at the contradiction in your statement. If I complained to Mr. PB about role that you play, and then it had to go to why didn't I complain our big brother, Councillor Gonglo, who went on international wire and even alleged that I used $10,000 to bribe teachers? Why didn't I complain? I will complain you living in America. And so I have not complained about it, and like I said, even our big brother who said that, I don't hold anything against him. I have not asked him one day. I gave him a call when he appeared on SpoonNet and said, as a lawyer, I paid $10,000 to some teachers to bar graduation. I called him, but that day when I called him, he said he was in winter for the groundbreaking of the St. John River Bridge by Nobility. So I said, but big bro, when you get in town, we'd like to talk to you. And he said, yeah, when I get in town, we'll call you. He didn't call me. And so I let that go ever since. So it's not part of my agenda anymore to engage on it. So, I mean, I'm not complaining to Mr. PB. You call him on this platform, we never tell you that. And I thought you were said, instead of calling Mr. Nyanse Gro, you were call Mr. PB. If somebody told you that I complained to him, it was from him that you have confirmed information instead of calling somebody else.
Well, this is exactly what I said. I said I called him, I didn't get him. So I called Nyanse Glo, and Nyanse Glo confirmed to me, because that his uncle who raised him, in fact, is like a father to him. Nyanse Glo is alive. So Nyanse confirmed that my Ato Pebi had gone to his house and explained the same story to him. And he told him, Mike Ato Pebi, Mike, you are very educated. This does not make sense. Kelabo does not work for the University of Liberia. How can he sit in the United States and control the University of Liberia in Monrovia? That story does not make sense.
Okay.
Let me end my statement. So he told his uncle, according to him, because the phone was on speaker, I spoke with his wife, because he was using his wife as a witness that both of them were there when my other people went to his house. Okay? So he said, yeah, my wife here. He came, my uncle came, and I told him he should not have even gone to Councillor Gonglo with such a complaint, because there is no merit in it. Okay? Calabo Gonglo does not work for the University of Liberia. He got zero influence there. How can he do such a thing? So for me, tonight, I wanted this thing because those are things that spread very fast. I wanted to settle this, and I think you have brought a clarification to that Calabo Gonglo did not play a role. I think that's
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to say you wanted to settle, the right person to settle that way would be Mr. Baby that you talk about. If that kind of information. You said you did not get to him. You didn't get him. So if you want to, because I don't think you are saying as you were alleging that I complained to you and say I didn't complain. It does not equally mean that if maybe you got information from somewhere that you play a part, it does not also notify that. So for you to say, I said, you are clear, no, that's not the statement I'm making.
So you are suggesting still that I probably play remotely some role.
You said somebody to you.
Mr. Cooper, guess, 1 second. The question should be two. So when he clarify, we give him time, then you can get your comment you want to make so we can go to other panelists. So it can be the dialogue.
So I will leave that. For me, I wanted to raise this issue, and I think listeners and other panelists, I think they've listened to that. That's all I wanted to do, because I know God knows in heaven, I never play a part. I don't work for the University of Liberia anymore. I worked there for 6 years. Yes, I do know people, but the story is there, and he knows exactly how the whole thing unfolded. Dr. Lester Turner was a brain behind it. He has gone there is a podcast that he held, everything, and it's there. Dr. Lester Turner was the brain, and it's open because that's how I even got to know that Lester Turner is the one who did this, because he went and made that claim on his podcast. It's there. So, but let me go to my side of the story. You know, integrity and honesty is important in life. And that's how some of us try to hold through our life. Jacobo, like I said, who know each other, who grew up together from the same village, next door neighbor in the town. So even when he was lieutenant, one time he sent me even document to print for him because he will come to meet the caucus. He will come to FMTP where my office was, because it's next to the Capitol building. When he's going to meet the caucus, oh, I just can't wait here. I'm going to meet the caucus. When they're ready, I'll go there. So in my office, many times we sat there, we talked. On this particular day, and for the record, in 2017, I spent more than 100,000 Liberian dollars of my own money. There is a kissy woman in Waterside who is my witness. She was bringing, I was buying cartoons of soap, Magic Q, and all of like she was bringing from Ivory Coast, like $35 US for a cartoon. And I would take it to my district, give it to women, you know, even Lapa as well, to vote for Boyka. I was doing that. And even more than that, I'm not even going to other family members who campaign, but I'm going to talk about myself. And I said on the show that the reason I altered my mind to support Boyka was not that I did believe in him. In 2015, when I was in the US, I made a post that I didn't believe that Boyka should run. No, I didn't believe he should run. I thought that generation should retire and new generation should come. In 2015, I made that statement. So what happened is, when I saw Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, long hands, and there was, like Mepherson said, there was that open thing, even though Ellen never spoke openly and say, I'm doing this, but hey, many political things happen behind the scene. So when I saw that Boyka was unfairly treated, I hate injustice in my life. I decided that I'm going to throw my weight for Boyka. I'm not a UP person. I don't know him personally. Okay? And he, Dog Cooper, when they made that decision in Nimba, when he made his decision, I should say, because he came to me. He came to my office that morning. And he said, because Senator Johnson have even spoken, he said, you know, I don't want to go, we are going to CDC, but I don't want to go under Senator Johnson. Because if you go under Senator Johnson, only he gets recognized, and when it comes to distribution of job, you're going to support only socialist people, you will nominate them. So, Kelebo, I want to meet CDC chairman, but I don't know him. No, he came to me, and he knew that I knew Nathaniel Magay, and other people, not because I was a seditious, or because we were all at the University of Liberia together. Even he can tell you tonight how he met Double Jala. He met Double Jala in 2006 in Satan, because I was living in Double Jala house, and he came there introducing the Double Jala, and the connection is a long story, which maybe as the show go on, my delve into. Okay, he came to me and he said, listen, I don't want to go to under Senator Johnson. I want to go as a separate, like the county here, and endorse and so that in that case I'll be recognized and play a major role, so that if that's how I win anything, I will be a major voice in that camp. I don't want to go under Prince Johnson. And I said, well, I can support cities or Georgia. I'm not for Georgia, I'm for Boyka. And I told him that night, I said, Dog, and that morning, I said, Dog, if you look in Nimba, most of the minor people are supporting the Unity Party. If you move there after the election, if minor people who are looking for joint government can't get it, they will be crying your name and say that God then make our suffering so. So don't do it. You are my friend. Don't do it. I advised him. He said, well, you know, Kelabo, the thing is, we can't all put our eggs in one basket. You know, we can't put our egg in one basket. When he said that to me, I said, okay, but here what I can do for you. I can say you want me to do this to link to Magay. I can call Magay. In fact, the first person I called, maybe he doesn't remember. I had a wire screen where my how do you call it, my call was connected to, and I called Amra Kona. That was the first person I called, if you remember. It was Amra Kona who said, "Oh, I'm not in Liberia. Reach out to Magay." And that phone, all the calls were on speaker. It was not even like on my ear. It was on speaker. We were sitting together on the long table in my office. Then we hang up and I called Magay. If you still remember, Magay said his first statement was, "You're Gonglo, you're hard-headed. We wonder your sister." She said she's not supporting, we are actually supporting Boaka. You're going to win now. And you know, you two, we wonder you say you can't support us. I said, but all that thing are history. In my office, the superintendent of NEMA has come and he wants me to introduce him to you. And Magay said, now I'm on my way to Banga. And Senator Magay is alive. He said, I'm on my way to Banga. But let he and myself meet at ELW Junction. Dor has made his decision. What Dor was trying to do is to be a stand-alone person, that there will be a different program for him to endorse, just as PYJ was doing it. Okay? So that day, and because he updated me everything. It was on the Friday, they left. They all went to Nimba. I think Alex Star, I don't know Alex Star. I never even shook hands with me in my life. I mean, he said tonight that Alex Star, I don't know him. I don't even know how he look, whether he tall, short. I've never even come to.
So, Mr. Kelaro,
yes,
Mr. Gonglo, yeah, just because he's a guest, so we have to give him all the time. So when we take the time for the guest, then
I think this was part of the thing. This was the cross of Yahweh take giving invitation ready, because he made it clear here. That's why I need to lay it bare. So that happened, and they went to Secretary. What he expected didn't happen. They came back to Monrovia, and I was not interested in supporting Ria at the time. The story is there. And I went my way with Braga. They went their way there. So that story is left with anyone to listen to what I explained, to listen to what he explained. How can I be spending money supporting Braga, even Madam Way returning from the United States to support Boaka in 2017, but I'm the same person saying, look, I want you to go to CDC. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. And the statement I made, that I advise him, do not go against the title way where most of the minor people are going. Do not go against it. To say that, no.
Okay, but Mr. Gonglo, let me just provide. You know, there's a saying that the best liar in the world is the one who remembers. So it means when you forget as a liar, then your story will not be sweet. In the first place, Mr. Gonglo, you try to insinuate that the former president, Madam Sally, might have had hand in my decision to support Jowia. Mr. Gonglo, you think in your own right mind, as a sitting president, if she wanted me or if she had ordered me to support, you think I needed to even talk? I'm coming.
No, you gotta give him the chance to elaborate.
I just made a statement. I didn't say so.
Yeah, so just give him the chance to elaborate.
My decision to support Boaga was based on the appearance of Ellen Johnson Selena supporting him. That's what I said.
Okay.
I didn't say him.
All right, great.
Yes.
Okay, boss man. Let your childhood friend explain it, sir.
That man, my brother, don't mind. But let me say this. The second point I was making, the first point I was making is, if Manaseli had ordered me to support, I don't think there was any need for me to have spoken to anybody, any executive member of the party through Mr. Caleb Gong's phone. Manaseli connected me directly with Mr. Weah instead of even talking to a second party. That's number one. The second thing is, Mr. Gonglo, maybe you might have forgotten, but let me remind you again. I'm not a proponent of the new idea that is being introduced by some people that Nimba can apple or eggs in one basket. I'm not a part of it, and I've never been a part of it. So if you try to make it appear like my decision in 2017 was because, and like you said, I said I wanted to be a stand-alone person. That was never the case. And you try to say I said because Senator Johnson was already on the outside, so therefore I didn't want to go there. Mr. Davis is on this platform. DK Way is also here. 2017, I made the declaration of support to Mr. Weah far before Mr. Weah and Senator Johnson left from here and went to Nigeria for that support. So I was the first person who ever declared support. So Senator Johnson, by then, you know that Senator Johnson in 2005 supported the CDC. He did not support Manasali. Senator Johnson had his own relationship with the CDC. So for you to make it appear there tonight that Senator Johnson was already on the other side, that's why I went on the other side. And I told you that I didn't want Nima to put our eggs in one basket. That was never the case. I made a decision. In fact, when Senator Johnson went to Nigeria, on his way back, the T-shirts that people wore at the Gene Esprit airfield to await Senator Johnson were all bought by me and printed. You talk to the NDR people, they will tell you that. By then, it was not NDR. They will tell you that. It was the NUDP. They will tell you that. So I had made a declaration of support to Mr. Weah far ahead of Senator Johnson. So it was not because Senator Johnson was there and I didn't want to go there because of tribal reason, or I didn't want to go there because I wanted to be a stand-alone person. That was never the case. So you get the story. Maybe your story was designed in a way to suit the audience, but I can tell you it was never the basis for my decision. So to get you wrong, I made a decision ahead of Senator Johnson's decision in 2017.
Thank you. Honorable, let's just take the shield over this question. Mr. Gonglo intended to ask it, but he didn't ask it properly. What transpired between you and the University of Liberia that led to people calling you names on social media?
Okay, let me just, in fact, let me clarify something that Mr. Kalebo Gonglo said again about that. Let's not tell it. You know, gentlemen, I don't like this. I don't know, politics is all about lying. The Lester telling that you name here, in my life, I never met him before. I listened to him one day saying I went to him before. He and I had a discussion. I went to him to tell him I wanted to graduate from the university when I was there. And there's a man I never met before. I have never met before. But he said he's proud to sit down platform to say he and I met before I went to him. I have never met him before. So most of the accounts people giving, they are just men. They think that lies are the best way and I don't blame people because people make a lot of money through this kind of dirty politics that they say that politics they're doing. But he and myself, I've never met before. So if you using him as a reliance, then you need to recheck, because he and I have never met before. He and I have never met before, and I have not even cared to know whether he was behind this or this other person was behind that. That has never been my concern. What I know is, I remember when the university initially decided that they wanted to even do an investigation into what transpired, and I was happy. I availed myself for the investigation. Unfortunately, even up to today's day, the board that was constituted to investigate never reached out to me. Nobody talked to me. They passed judgment. They investigated themselves. They passed judgment, and it's out there in the public. People play in it. And I've decided not to even waste my time to go up and down with people fighting on social media back and forth. So if you speak to any of them, they will tell you they constituted a committee to investigate me, and that's why so now I turn confused, because most of you who even appear on the show will call for due process. I remember when Kofa issue was at the legislature, many days, most of our even councillors that people respect, well-respected councillors in our country, were calling for for due process. And we're saying, oh, the man's supposed to be giving due process. Before you pass judgment, the man's supposed to be giving due process. I don't know, they are also care to know whether I've been given due process, whether the school have invited me one day, absolutely not. Whether committee that is set up to investigate reach out to me, absolutely not. But judgment is being passed and people run with it for political reasons. I don't want to waste my time on it. That's why I've not spoken and I will never talk on it because it's a waste my time.
So the committee that was set up that brought their report and they said you were found guilty by the committee for fraud. They didn't reach out to you to hear your side of the story. Did you attend the university?
Talk to end of them. Yes, I attended the university. I've been in class and all of them know. All of them know, even including my own brother who's talking there. He knows that I've been on the campus. And I think what they have problem with the entry process. So it's not about attending the school. And so they constituted a committee to investigate. The committee had never been able to reach out to me. And my lawyer also advised, look, sit down. When the committee reach out, we will go there. Up to now, the committee has not reached out to me. Judgment didn't pass, and people going up and down with it. And so that's why I decided not to waste my time.
Yeah, because we have been getting it confused. If you say this person didn't attend in university, how did the person get the graduation gown? How did they get all of the materials they used during the graduation? But after the graduation, were your degrees conferred upon you?
No, in the first place, I did not graduate. They have issue, and I can link you with even the link from the university. And if you go there, you will see my name. I have been in school now. University is not high school that you can go there 1 year. I have been in school throughout the years, and I have been sitting in class. And I can tell you, all these years, nobody had a problem with me. Nobody questioned me. And when university, like I said, it's not high school that teachers sit down and play and say, look, we're closing tomorrow. And so you go on the campus the next day, and then they start giving you your grade sheet or your report card. That's the time you can know that you passed. University is the place that when you complete courses, you write the university for graduation, the university after, and we went through all the processes. The university allowed me. I did all. They gave me, and they gave me bills. I paid everything. We went through it. On the time minute, like tomorrow in the night, then they deleted my name from the list. They deleted my name in the night from the list. That was what happened.
Great. So thank you for those clarity. I think it's much better that we hear from the house's mouth themselves instead of us carrying rumors around. Thank you for responding to this issue because it has been in a corner for a very long time and people have been saying a lot of things about it. Thankfully, you are here tonight and you have spoken on it. Now, let's go to you, Siawete, your 2 questions after you go to Shadrach.
So, 1 second, Siawete. Lorena is struggling, so let her ask and go. Please, you and Shadrach, please. Let's get our chance to Lorena, please, Chief.
Lorena, if you are there, please unmute your mic to answer your question, to ask your question, please.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, DK. At least tonight you sound like a man from Nima. And good evening, everyone. Good evening, and welcome on the Talk and
Thank
to
you.
our viewers and on Facebook. Want to say thank you for following and our listener in Radio Land. Thank you for following the show as always. And Honorable Cooper, this is my first question. So over the last few weeks, a lot of stakeholders from NEMA have appeared on the platform. The likes of Honorable Yonkwe, Councillor Yelu, Honorable Gompu, and Dr. Gompu, and many more persons, they have appeared and they also have a different view or have some different perspective of the NEMA agenda. And they say some of them describe it as angry winner and since the election, people haven't reached out to them. And you being someone who is always seen with the vice president, or someone who is seen or a vice president, are there strategies put in place to make sure those people who feel or who are still carrying maybe dissatisfaction from the previous campaign, that they can all come on board, sit at the table and discuss for the oneness of Nima? Is there any strategy in place, or is there something that has been done about it?
Thank you, man. And before I go there, let me just, I don't know whether my brother Caleb is still here. Okay. But if he left.
Because you're getting eyeglasses.
Oh, oh no. But Caleb, you can help me. You know,
Like a child who first saying glasses.
like the other time, Mr. Gonglo said Lorena was my political ally. I want to also clarify this before I go to your question, man, Lorena. Lorena is my daughter. She's not my political ally. She's my daughter, Caleb. I wanted to clarify this before I move forward. There have been, like I said, apparently just coming. I said there have been efforts to reach out to all these people. So far, the only person I don't remember whether there has been meeting between he and the vice president, among the names you call will be Ono Yonkwe. But Ono Yelu, I remember many times they are met. He and the vice president have met, and I've even been there, even though I didn't attend the meeting, but I was there when he arrived at the house, and there have been conversation, as well as Ono Gompo Kagon, and all the people that you name me. They have been effort by the vice president to reach out to each of them. I think the challenge we have is for us to let go the past. I think this is where we have the challenge. So people still hold on to those little things that since the man did mean this, and this is inevitable. Election will always have division when you're going to a central representative election. Like now, if you have election coming up in Nima for a general and presidential election coming up, and people will be participating, I cannot support every candidate in one district. I will choose to support one. It does not mean I hate the other people. In subsequent election, I could change my mind and support the person that I didn't support yesterday. But people think that if you didn't support this person yesterday, that person becomes your enemy, and they hold that to heart so much and want to pay back. I think this is where the problem is coming from. But the NIMA agenda is something that is for everyone, and I think all of us are working around it. For people who are still, the appeal we want to make here is for people who are still holding on to the bitter past, to let go of the past, so all of us can, who will now want to see NIMA climbing at the top. We all will want to see NIMA climbing at the top. You know, but people still hold little things. So yesterday we're into election, and Dokupa did not support me, so therefore he's my enemy, and we have to pay back. It's where we have the challenge. But I think one day we'll overcome. But among all the people you call, the only person I can remember, I don't remember having meeting with the vice president would be Ono Yonkwe, but Mr. Blinwon, all these people, they all been having meeting. All of them have been meeting, and I'm quite aware. I've been even facilitating some of the meetings. I don't know. And so maybe until we say we can call a mass meeting of reconciliation where people will come, maybe a January or something like that. People want. Maybe that's what we're talking about here. But there have been effort to reach out, and that outreach is ongoing.
Thank you. Madam Lorena, your last question, if you are there. Are you there? she left.
Just see how it go ahead. See how it shut up there waiting. So let her go ahead. When she catch your ass.
Well, pass the door horse and ass.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Cooper.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for your appearance tonight. I mean, For the sake of time, we'll just go straight to the question. You being, I can say, the local government in Nimba now, you are the doyen because running from city major up to the peak of, administration where you went up to the superintendent level. So that gave you a very vast experience with all of your roles. And today, I think if we have property in Ganta on the road where we can boast of, I think that credit goes to you as former
Thank
Lord
you.
Mayor of Ganta. My first question we had to do with the exit or the demise of Senator Johnson. Since the death of Senator Johnson, there have been lot of haw and pull, and political opponents have made a position as to how the political future of Nima will be. That Nima is vulnerable, and we even saw that a lot of statements have been coming, and we saw that where the 2025 by-election between Honorable Koga and the rest, it was heavily, participated by people from outside with the leg of Karas Gray and all those people. What say you with the political climate in Nima with the action of Senator Johnson? Do you see Nima going the way they usually vote? Do you see Nima having a flare barrier or a arrowhead after the death of Senator Johnson with all of what is happening? And if yes or no, what could be the remedy to that, to arrest what is going on now?
Thank you, sir. I can assure you that NEMA will hold together. What is happening is not a strange thing. It's not a new phenomenon that is being introduced. I think all of us have lived with this throughout the years. Senator Johnson was here as a political leader of the country, but are we saying everybody agree with him, everybody supporting him, all this decision? Absolutely not. Many people did not support him. Many people did not even go by his instruction. And we saw him at different lengths, at different lengths. And I remember that very well. All of us here saw him at different lengths. So not all of us that as Nibians that saw Senator Johnson as the political leader of the country. But what is happening, to answer your question, I understand what the opposition political parties are doing, and people who feel that NEMA is being disintegrated, I think they are just mistaken. The thing that the death of Senator Johnson, now, if you look at what is happening now, you think those people you name it as political people will be able to reach out to people like you or like me? They are identifying people who they feel were not supported by the vice president into elections. Those are people they feel they can convince, and they see that the fact that he did not support them, they become his enemies. And so, therefore, they are the vehicle they can use to get granted in the county. So they're trying to figure out those people who they feel are disenchanted. They did not get a way they did not get support, or maybe they are not included into government. So therefore, they are much more vulnerable. So they feel they can get through them to divide the country. That's the strategy. But I can tell you, look, the ordinary people of Nimba, what people didn't do here in 2017, you saw it here. What people didn't do here in 2023, so far we were 3% at the forefront of the election, the campaign in 2023. They had the young people standing up everywhere in support of the Unity Party, but it was the late senator, the VP, and myself that went throughout the country. I went everywhere, every county of this country, and I remember what we went through. There were yet people who believed that they not because they hated the vice president or they didn't want him to be vice president, but they also had political interest. They were there and campaigning for the outside. But what did the ordinary voters do? They voted the way of our decision, and they voted in the supreme interest of our country. The ordinary people know when it comes to NEMA, they will always go for NEMA. there will be diversity, there will be divergence of views, but the people will still go for NIMBA. And that's what I believe in. So I can show you that NIMBA will hold together. But don't forget, there will be few persons who will feel that they are not part because they are not accommodated or they were not supported by the vice president or by Senator Johnson or the party, so they feel disenchanted. They might want to be on the other side. Those are the people that we are going. The same way that opposition people say that they are vulnerable and they're going after them, we are also going after them for reconciliation, so that all of us can look at NIMBA, put the better part behind us, and push ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, but the other one has to do with, I think you did not. The other one to it was right now after the death of Senator Johnson, who is now the arrowhead of NIMA, because NIMA are always trained on that path.
Shall we? From the day of creation, when I say creation, the day of NIMA becoming a county, NIMA has always had a single leader at the time. If you go back to if you go back to 1964 when NIMA was created, Johnny Volker was the leader of this county. Even though they are powerful men and women, but Johnny Volker was the leader of the county. That dispensation came and passed. Another one came. And we're all here with the late Jackson Fiado. They have powerful men and women, but Jackson Fiado was the leader. Not that people did not disagree, not that people were now on the opposite side, people were on the opposite side, but he was the leader of the county. We all know that. That generation came and passed. We have Senator Johnson of recent. He's gone. Today, there's no way that you can say NIMA is left in a vacuum. The vice president is the leader of the county. It's the senior government official of the county. He doesn't have to be a godfather, and the vice president is not fighting for godfather. So I think maybe people are missing out on something here. The vice president will not want to be a godfather of NIMA because he's not a senator or representative of NIMA. The vice president, if you want to be a godfather, he will be fighting to be a godfather of Liberia. He will not want to be a godfather of NIMA. So how will he be a vice president of Liberia and want to be a godfather of NIMA? So the vice president is not fighting for any godfather position. So nobody in the vice president fighting for godfather position here. But the vice president is the senior government official of the country, and he's the head of the country.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. My last question: when in our interview, the interview with Senator Koga the other day in Senikole or in Ganta, he made a lot of position as a leader of the county, and one of the positions he made, better that you are a former superintendent and also still on in the local government composition. My question to you, when Honorable Koga made a position about the expenditure of the county resource on the superintendent or the county administration doing government national project instead of the county project. And the argument in the county the other day when the superintendent appeared, she said the local government act did not specify and did not show specific record as to which project to be undertaken. On our Koga argument is those projects that are being implemented does not have return of investment on the NIMA people. For example, you got the project in Sokopa where they are paying, I don't know how many stories, in Tapeta and most of these areas. And most of those projects, according to him, is done in the city. But on the overall, his argument was those projects are not to be done by the NIMA people money, but it's done for the national government. And the superintendent argument is that whether you even do a national project or local project, it still remains with the people of NIMBA. So I want to know from your position, and about Koga argument, where do you stand as a superintendent about the debate in the country about doing government projects? Because other people say in other countries, for example, like Lofa right now, they are doing project that is undertaken by the national government. But NIMBA And honorability also intimated, I don't know whether it's true, that the superintendent have used around 7 point some million. And most of their argument is that the project is a national project. So we want to know your position on that. How do you view the position of Honorable Koga and argument?
Well, let me not be a party to this argument that I'm trying to counter on Okoga. Like I said, I have sat down with Okoga here and I talk. I also talked to the superintendent when she was away and did a post. I remember calling her to ask her to appeal to her to take the post down, and she did. I told her it was not good. So that just in the spirit of reconciliation and peace, I reached out to all of them. You know, we're trying to find a solution to all these different things that are coming. See, if you go back to our days in the county administration, you will realize that all of what they're talking is just the one our people say. I mean, they all coming in the same throat. You put in the nose, you put in the mouth, all of them come in the same throat. If you go back, okay, like the place you reference interpreter, that's the superintendent, the statutory district superintendent compound. Now, what's the difference between superintendent compound and commissioner compound? So the commissioner is also appointed by the president, as well as the statutory district superintendents. Their offices are supposed to be built by national government, but we've been building commissioner compounds. We've been building schools. The schools we've been building have been the responsibilities of the Ministry of Education. We've been building even the community college. We contributed the county development fund. I mean the social development fund contributed. So many things we've been doing. I think when there is a disagreement between people, that's the result you can see. But we're trying to see how we can just make everybody to forget about these things so that all of us can move on, because we want to see some of the debates and arguments yesterday delayed the growth and progress of our country so much. Yesterday, I remember when I was a superintendent, I took to the county sitting a proposal to renovate the superintendent compound that has been renovated by the superintendent now. And the lawmakers trashed that because they wanted the money to go to their districts. And that's to fulfill the promises they made. So they are the county and social development funds to be able to do most of what they promised in the communities. So before then, when they go to the city, they will bring those things, the very thing that they promised. Oh, when I win, I will build a youth center here. You think Dokubo as a superintendent will want willing to go build a youth center in Zikapa, for example, or Butuo, because building a youth center there is not bad. But if you build a youth center, who will be the caretaker for that youth center? Who will be there? Because the youth chairman for the district is now on payroll. Sometimes the youth chairman is not even living in Butuo, he lives in some kind of town way behind. Or he's not living in Zikapa, he's living in Glazopia. Will he leave from Glazopia to go sit down in Zikapa to sit down in office, or because he's youth chairman for the district? Who will pay him? Who will pay his way to go there? He will not want to abandon his home where his wife and children are to go sit down in Zikapa because he's youth chairman. So I think building a youth center in Zikapa will not be important, because if you build a youth center there, nobody to take care. It will be there. Going to be sleeping there. Nothing will happen there. But those were things that lawmakers, when they were campaigning, they promised. And so they brought that to the council sitting, and they prevailed on the delegates to pass on it. And it became mandatory for the superintendent and the school officers to execute the mandate of the council city. So we did those projects. Some of them stay standing there. Nobody ever used them. Since we built it, you go right here, you will see the guest house that have been built. Since we built the guest house, nobody in it. Because you tell me, Siawe, or any of you on this platform, who will want to leave from Ganta to go to Ban? A house that is just standing there, nobody in it, is black all day long. You live where they get people living in it, the houses that people live in, they get fire, they get women there to get you water, they live there, they go put you in that kind of place to sleep there. You will not want to go there. It's part of where over the place. You will not want to go sleep there. In fact, the house is fearful. Nobody wants to go sleep there. But we built those places yesterday because they said Those are things that they promised the community. So we built these things. That's why when I hear people say nothing was done with the money, oh, we took some of the money, we built bridges, we built covers, but the cover then we built, are they cash? No. You go there, you see the cover there. But it's not something that you can say, I built cover because sometimes at 9,000, 4,000, 5,000, then we allotted for those kind of projects, you know. So like today, the superintendent is doing bigger things that people ever I can see. And so therefore people believe that, oh, yeah, I mean, development is happening. Does that mean that we didn't do something yesterday? We did. But those things we did were to please people because they wanted the money to go to their districts. You know, so that's the only difference. But we're trying to see the way to resolve these different debates that are coming so all of us can focus on the development of our county.
Thank you. Now let's go to you, Shadrach. Your two questions.
So now, couple with the analysis.
I beg you. We need to go to Shadrach. I beg you, we need to go to Shadrach. Shadrach, let's hear you.
Thank you, Junior. Thank you so much. Good evening to my father, Honorable Dog.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you so much for your patience with us. You still there for a while now. But let me go straight to my question now. Honorable, there is a little allegation, even though our father is no more, but I want you to clarify this information for us on the platform. After 2023 elections, at the time you supported the CDC government, even though you were sitting a superintendent at the time. Now, there was a listing key from Senator Johnson for the appointment in government, particularly NEMA, a local government, where the listing contained the name of your damn deputy, Honorable Richard Myers, who served as the development superintendent under you. That listing contained Honorable Richard and others. And personally, I the one who wrote the name of Rady on that listing. And it was taken to Senator Johnson that evening when he called upon Rady, for appointment in NEMA. Now, on the contrary, instead of Rady name coming up, the current development superintendent or Peter Kangbe name was pronounced as a nominee. So I want for you to clarify to the public, because according to Senator Johnson, you were the one you were giving the list to take it to President Weah for appointment. And contrary to the name he mentioned to be a nominator was changed to a different name. How can you clarify to the public what transpired at that point? Thank you.
Thank you. Shadrach, most of these things when they are coming up, it can just be too funny to me. By the way, I think I spoke on that thing far back before. I was superintendent of the county and the senior senator, and I together supported the CDC in 2017. And the president had asked me that he wanted the senior senator and I to work together because he committed to giving him some percentage of the local government officials of the county based on the agreement they reached in Nigeria. I was not there, but he told me that he and I needed to work together. So the senator, I remember, I don't know when you gave him the list, but that morning, what happened was I had gone to see him. I was leaving for Denver that morning, and he called me that I should go there so we can conclude on the list. So I said, okay. He said the president had called him that he wanted the list that particular day, so we should conclude on it. So I passed to him that morning. When I got there in the morning, the senator told me, oh yes, I get a list here. I wanted you to look at it. The senator took a list and gave it to me and said, look at the list. Because I also recommended some people, I also suggested some names of people. I didn't want the entire people that are working in the county in the past government to be removed. So I was protecting some of them and said, but Senator, we can't move all of them. We can't just, because there are some people who were performing, so we cannot just move everybody because they didn't support the CDC. So he said, okay, but then look at it. So I look at the list. And when I look at it, the list is prepared, and I mean, it was not typed, but it was just written, handwritten. So I look at it, and he and I did the adjustment together. And he told me, okay, what you do, so before you go to NEMA, because the two of us needed to sign the list before it can go to the president. I said, but Senator, you will sign. He said, okay, but then let you and I agree on it. Then you take your copy to NEMA. So I said, okay. So we made a list, and we took the list. He didn't have typewriter to his house or anything that or computer to type the list. I brought the list to, it was Shadrach said that, and I think Shadrach said, that took the list, I can remember, to Tupelo Johnson. And there was a guy that who was doing tapping, that when we took the Sunday and the guy did the tapping on the list. And we took it back to him. He read it list by list by list. Before we got the list, we had discussion on the issue of the development superintendent. And I was saying, look, he and I agreed that, look, let's try to have, because they have some communities of the county that feel marginalized, the B and W, the Babli. Let's bring people from there so that all of us can be a part of the local government. So in that discussion, we brought David To from B and W, from Babli, B and W, to be statutory district superintendent, development superintendent for Tapeta district. We brought Peter Kangbe from Babli to be development superintendent, and really was draft. He and I agree on it, and the list was prepared, and then he signed and gave me a copy. I still have the copy today with his signature and stamp on it. And that's the copy. When I was leaving town to come, he promised that, look, I will take the list in the evening to President Weah. Since you're going to the county, I said, okay, but there's a copy. So he gave me my copy. While leaving, by the time I got to realize, I got a call from the former Minister of Internal Affairs, Vani Salif, and said, "So, where are you?" I said, I'm just passing through Red Light." I said, "Oh no, but I'm right here with the president." He said he won the list. He won the list for NIMBA because they want to do the appointment today. I said, "Oh, but I left the list with Senator Johnson." He said, "But you don't have a copy." I said, "I have my copy." I said, "But then can you give me the whole copy?" Yeah. Did he sign all? I said, "Yes." He said, "But then bring it right here because he's still at the house, right to rehab." So that's how I turned the car around. My own copy, I took it, I stopped right there to the same people road, I made a photocopy. And I took the original copy that he signed, and I took the photocopy to the president resident. When I got there, I saw Vanessa came outside, he received the Tony. He said, "But you going out there?" I said, "But let me just tell the president morning." He and I went inside, and I spoke to President Weah, and I said, "But Mr. President, we prepared the list, the senator and I." And he signed it. Here is one copy, but he said he will take his copy to you in the evening. That's how I left and came to Nimba. And when I left, it was not too long. I think before I reached to Kakata, they already published the list. So when that publication was done, the senator even called me here and I thought, but when pressure started coming from here, there, "Oh, you left really miles down, the man who supported you, this and that." Then the senator called me and said, "But Don, I think we made a mistake. We got to change this Peter Kangbe here." But when something happens, the big man, you and the big man cannot judge. And that's what we do. Traditionally, when something happens, the big man will always use sacrifice the young person or the younger one to say you did it. But you think in your own right mind, was it possible for me to take list that senator prepared and signed to take it to the president? Then I sit down on the highway, open the envelope, take the list from inside and print my own list and mislead the president to act? You think it's possible? And the president will hear the senator that you knew. We now call the president and say, "No, I get different names," and then the president will spare me for misleading him. If the senator recommended somebody different and wrote a communication there and went and sat down on the highway, change the list and prepare my own list, carry and misled the president acted on my information, and the senator took it to him. You think I will be spared? You think so? So sometimes we just need to make logic out of this thing. We don't have to even argue that, but just simple logic.
Yeah. Oh, so, okay. Honorable. Thank you. You know, it kind of different argument because the owner has no more to say. We'll get back to him because when he said that the names sent to the president office at that time, it was a handwritten, not a typed a document. I can
No, no, no.
realize.
I didn't tell you that. I said the name when the senator
No,
prepared the
Shadrach,
list first.
Shadrach. Honor that will come in. Shadrach, he said the list wasn't typed, but they carry it and type it later on. After
Then we tell. I said when he gave me a draft that he wrote a pen, and we took it and tapped, we took it to him. That's the one he stamped. I didn't tell you say the list we took the president was not tapped. No.
Okay. All right. Like I said, it's now a difficult argument because the owner is now deceived. So there's no way for clarification to go up and away. It shouldn't be the argument now because no way someone can get no another party no explanation. So my last question has to do with your last position in government on the national level. I want to know what actually led to your resignation at this point in time that you're no longer in government.
All the government jobs that I've done, I've always resigned by myself. Even the superintendent position, I resigned. So I choose to resign to spend time with my family, and I think I'm doing that perfectly. Right now, I'm engaged. Like I said, I'm into agriculture. I'm into different things. And here I said that today, I even my free time to share with you on the platform. If I was working now, by this time I'm going to bed. You know the time, like right now, I have to take up the time to be sitting now and talking with you guys. You're in the country where you're living. Some of you living, you're in the country there at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the day. Now it's after 10 and I'm still sitting here keeping your company.
yeah, we about to go. Thank you, Madam Lorena. I beg you just ask your last question shortly, and let's ask the honorable man for his parting comment, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we in the city of the honorable guest and Siawete. The network is not good. I just changing from one side of the horse to another side just to get good network. So my last question, I think about a week ago on a Cooper, and talking about Nima Unity, we saw a video that came out where the lawmaker of Nima District 7, Honorable Musa Bidete, was seen in one community, I think in District 7 in the Zoge Bill, telling the people that the vice president, the honorable vice president, has been targeting him. He targeted him in 14 when he was running to become speaker. He did a scene when he wanted to become a deputy speaker, and now he has targeted him. Targeted his business. And I know people, when people hear this, it sounds like a contradiction against the Nima unity we are talking about. What do you know about this situation that has to do with honorability and his company that he say it is the fault from the vice president?
Thank you. I think that just validates the point I made here that people are out for revenge. And it's not that reconciliation is not being pursued, but people are out for revenge. And Ma Lorena, you know, you are not living in Liberia, you're not living anywhere else. Some of the allegations people are making, what allegations people are making are intended to like the speakership election. I know the role I play for my dear honorability. In fact, I was a part of the discussion to ask Onokoga to give him, for the two of them to first discuss and come to one understanding so that one person will go. We play that role, it didn't work. We try to say, okay, but then since it's the case, can we find a way that one of them maybe can willingly say, okay, I'll do this. It didn't work. But the vice president could not take one of them and say, look, I support you over the other person. The same hard feeling will have come the way coming like this. If the vice president did not support any of them and say, I support you, but because he didn't do that, he's being indicted for that. What more if he had taken one of them over the other? It would even be worse, you know? But I think what all of us need to do, like I said today, is to let let forget about the bitter pains that are associated with election. When election comes, all these things will come, and not a single person. You want to tell me even 2029, if we have to go to election in 2029 and the vice president is sitting as the vice president and the Kennedy as well, you think all those that will run in Nima will be able to endorse all of them at the same time and campaign for them? It's not going to be the case, because that would be an embarrassment to him. He will not be able to do. And at the same time, his party will be, feeding candidates. So you'll be compelled to also campaign for people who will be on his party ticket. So you think would that be, you don't think people will also consider that as fighting them, that he doesn't want them to be? So it's all because people feel that their political interest has not been supported by the vice president, so therefore that's an attack against them, so they want to pay back. But I think all of us just need to consider this. But the vice president will not target anybody. The issue with the business, I think if you know, gas is not even, the petroleum is not even part of the commodities that the vice president is having a committee to reduce the price for. I think the vice president have been, the committee have been doing well in terms of other commodities that rise, but the issue with gas purely came from the LPRC and the legislature, and it's not only affecting one importer. I think it's affecting all those who are into storage. So it's not affecting only honorability. It's not affecting. So why you think? So you want to say it is for honorability alone that the vice president will have to fight all these people at the same time? No, and the vice president will have to convince the whole government to go fight everybody all because of honorability. So just make the logic out of it. No.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. Thank you for being here tonight. We really, really appreciate you taking your time to sit on here to speak to the people of Nema, respond to some of those rumors in the corners. We really, really appreciate that. Now, before you take leave of us, I want to know, the public will want to know too as well. Is your administration captured under the audit that is being done by this current superintendent of Nema?
Yes.
Yeah, because the reason why I ask is one of the panelists on the show, Honorable Mark Bloom, have alleged that the reason why the audit is not yet out and will never be out is because you, Honorable Doc Cooper, use the people's scrap in Nema without any other account. Therefore, the audit report will not be out. Can you respond to that shortly with your parting comment?
Thank you. Like I said today, my role in this country, by virtue of what I've done in the country, the leadership role I play and my age right now, will not allow me to even engage. You remember Mr. Blinwell was on this video the other time. He even insulted me by referring to me as this kind of man. And when that happened, I didn't take that against him, and that's my nature. I gave him a call the next day. He refused to take my call. I called him 3 different times until the fourth one night, he picked up my phone and said, I'm calling you. You're not been talking. Why I'm calling you now? You're not taking my call. I said, I didn't call to count this against you, but you are my little brother. I think we need to just respect each other. If you had a point to make on the platform, you should have just made a point instead of referring to me as this kind of man. You don't be pointing anywhere. Then he said, because somebody told him that I advised the vice president that people who campaign against the party in 2023 should not be given job until 1 year to 2029. Could you imagine that? By the way, is the vice president appointing people? Does he have the appointing power to appoint anybody? And why would I want to tell him, say, don't take anybody when I'm the very person who even initiating most of the discussions between the vice president and some of the very people who were on different sides. I want to see everybody coming together. So I just want to make this call to all of them. The audit that you referenced, my administration is part of it, but what I know about audit is not an event. If I tell you, it was just even in recent time that we are still responding to query. I think they just sent a draft to the superintendent, other people to look at it again. So all the process, they get to interview you, they collect document, they get to revert to you for response. So it's not only that they just talk to you today and the other report is out. I don't know how somebody will even look at it like that. Audit does not go like that. So it will not be so you want to say because of one person, the GAC will damage your own integrity for the occupier. So I mean, we should stop thinking little. We should stop thinking little. Even if we don't trust ourselves, we must trust the governance system of our country. We should learn to trust other people. You know, what is happening is sad that far ahead of other people are already indicted people and they want to see other people down because they are now on the same political side with you. So, and people are even calling auditors, oh, if this audit report, if Docopo is not indicted, it means the audit is not fair. Could you imagine that? And they've been saying down even on radio. So how can you say you want the audit to be transparent when you already have passed judgment and you want to see that other people are indicted? And audit is not intended to entrap people. Audit is intended to set the record straight and to guard people who are into spending government funds. So I don't know where we reach and audits have become today, and that's why most of our Liberian government officials can be running away from audit when they hear about audit, because the mindset we have is audit is intended to entrap people, and you want to see that people go to jail. So if that's the mindset we get for this audit, then I don't know. Then we need not to even call for an audit. We're supposed to just sit down and pass judgment and start arresting people, carrying them to court.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much for being here tonight. In 30 seconds, give us your parting comment, Chief.
Let me start by saying thanks to all of you for the invitation. I'm really, really happy, and this is my first time following this show to the end. Most of the time I can be in bed in the evening. I don't follow. People will tell me about the show, and even when, like I said, Mr. Greenwood insulted me the other time, I think it was a replay I listened to. Before I gave you a call, I was down on the show. But it's a good thing that you people establish this platform. We should use this platform to unite Nimba people. We should reach out to everybody. The political diversity will be there, but in it all, we should think about the greatness of Nimba. I tell you, many people must say, all those who dare myself contested in 2020. You call on a Yelu here, we tell you here not talking. You call on a group here, we tell you here not talking. You call all of them. On a one way, you hear here not talking. You call on a Dolo, all of them and myself talking. I don't see that election should be a forever warfare that you enter into a battle for life, that if you and somebody contest against each other, that person become your forever enemy. I think that's the mistake we're making here. So either we reach a point and say, look, we don't want election in our country anymore. We should do selection so that all these bitterness will be avoided. But if we really want to follow the principle of democracy, then we must allow what all it comes with. So when election comes, you all do it as a football. The season comes, and when it is gone, let's let it go with its bitterness, so that we live together as one people. Nimba, other countries today are proud of Nimba, and they want to. Other people say, look, want to be citizens of Nimba. For me, I want to go to Nimba, except we say we don't know our true value. But if we know our true value, we cannot let this day pass. Let's come together and put Nimba first. And I can tell, no matter who it, you think if that have been holding the feeling that other people hold right now, you think I was going to support the vice president to be vice president of Liberia? I was never going to support him, because he and I campaign against each other. And he got my money to go free. He won the election, and I became the loser. We insulted each other. We said all the worst thing about each other. And I said, no, I will not support him. But I buried the past, and I decided to support him for the sake of Nimba. I want to urge other people, other Nimbans, to do the same. Let's put Nimba first, and Nimba will become great. Nimba will forever remain great. Nima is not open. Nima get ahead, and Nima always had a leader at the time. And today we still have a leader, and that leader will show the direction. We will follow. We make our argument. We make our point. And I want to encourage those who get grievances to accept to come on the table so all of us can discuss. Those who think maybe the bad parent, you call, you can't pick up your phone, you talk to me. I mean, for me, so now go and sit down to the place that 3 days until seeing. So we can do that. Maybe you might not have the time to do it like that, but I can do it the same way. I can do it that way, and then all of us can meet and talk. So I want to encourage everybody. And for those of you who get platform, I beg that we don't use our platform to divide Nima people. Where people come here, they throw that at people, they throw insult at people, and they think that's the way they can send a point. Look, you don't have to shout at the devil. There's a way you can tell the devil, get and go to hell without necessarily shouting and pop your head. I don't have to shout and call people before I make a point. So now I made a lot of points without causing anybody. And I think all of us can emulate that example. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. Thank you
See,
so
we need to talk.
Viva, me and my
yeah,
boss will call, but please pick up my own call first. You know your picking.
my line is always open. And after that, my boss, man, I just feel a problem with him. He featuring my backyard without telling me. And so you get a huge fight of 35 pounds to sleep.
Oh, but when I went to the place, I told the people I'm coming here because I'm boss man from here. Yeah, but they will tell you. I said I'm attracted to young women's club because of the dog couple, so that's why I'm coming here to make my farm.
And you see, so in fact, I will take the responsibility of becoming a contact person for that project
Thank
on
you.
the ground.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Viva. Thank you. After 11 and you've been here all this time, we really appreciate. Thank you. You are
Thank
welcome
you.
here anytime. This is
I'm
your
grateful.
home.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you,
grateful.
Honorable
Thank you.
Cooper.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that was the voice of Honorable David O. Cooper speaking to us on a couple of issues tonight. I mean, the issue of the issue that transpired between he and the University of Liberia, how it went. And he said a lot of things here tonight, ranging from the scribe, the audit, and all of that, his position on the One Nima agenda, everything he spoke on it here tonight. I mean, if let me be the first person to say this. If the committee set up by the University of Liberia didn't call on a Cooper to ask him and they just came up with their findings, then I believe there were some missteps along the way. But again, cannot say how it is. That's Liberia. They have already come up with their findings. They say you cannot go to the university again because of such situation. But again, it was really a wonderful show tonight. It was a great one. And I would like to start with Mr. Kilebo with his analysis and party comment. Each person will be given 3 minutes. So, Mr. Kilebo, you can make use of your 3 minutes.
All right. So quickly, Gino, let me just clarify some things, how university works, because at least I'm happy to be someone who has worked for universities in Liberia and also for 2 universities in the U.S. As adjunct faculty of both mathematics and statistics. So, I credit myself for being the person who drafted the current curriculum for the undergraduate program in statistics at the University of Liberia. So the university will not, because university is not a criminal investigation entity. Their business is education. They don't have access to crime data. So there is a mission process at university. And for the public information, prior to the war, the Civil War, even during the Civil War, the University of Liberia is open because there are guys, there are kids, or people who want to learn, who used to come to the University of Liberia in the 80s just to even listen to the Lewa Gabi Tapia, the likes of Sano Wing, argue, okay? And will come and sit in political science class. They are not students. because they want to listen to maybe Dr. Elwood Dawn, you know, who was one of the professors of political science. And even those of us who were studying science or mathematics, there were other people who would come, have graduated from high school, they have not been admitted. They will come and even sneak in just to say, oh, I'm learning, I'm auditing, I'm doing this, but they are not students. Okay, so sitting in class at university does not make you student. That's the first thing to begin with. So if there is an appearance of infraction, like in his case, the university will only conduct internal process investigation, how this happened. And that's what the University of Liberia did. And they held accountable their own staff, their own officers, that what you did was wrong. There was somebody who I worked for the university, as I understand, for 24 years, you know, and that person lost all his retirement benefits because he was linked to this scandal. They fired him for violation of the university rule. So that's how it works. But I think tonight was a good moment in my view, because at least on the perception, I was able to get all the things I wanted to get out there clear. Even though Honorable Cooper tried to insist that I took him to Nathaniel McGee, which was not the case, because everything I did was, McGee is alive. I keep saying anyone who is hearing this and live in Monrovia, I can even give Nathaniel McGee number to you, Junior, and say, hey, call McGee and say in 2017, was Caleb Gongo who say this person must come to, I mean, he said he wanted to go there, and he came to me and we went there. So at least I wanted to do that, but for the public record, everybody knows, even in Yaum, in Glaizopie or in District 9, the part I come from, everybody knows that I was supporting Bwaka in the villages, and even in Monrovia. Even my best friend, Double Jala, and brother, knows that I was supporting Joseph Bwaka. It is foolhardy. That is not part of Kelebo Gongo. To say, I will play two-hand again. No, I don't do that. To say I'm with Bwaka, then I'll say the other person will go to the other person. It doesn't make sense, because I want Bwaka to win, to prove that he can win without Ellen. How could I have done that? It just does not make sense. But again, Liberia is Liberia. And some people, by nature, they don't other things. So lying even is lying and denying and creating story can be the child's play for them, because they don't even worse things in their life. So lying on someone can be the child's play for them. I mean, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight, too, Mr. Kilabo. Let's hear you, veteran Matheson Neon Davis.
Well, thank you. Again, you did a great job. It was a great show, as it has always been. The Dog Cooper is one of the reputable sons of Nimba. He's one person that I have a lot of respect for. And at times, people take him, by face value, but he's always proving people wrong based on his own level of understanding. When it comes to the issue with the University of Liberia, I empathize him for the way it went, because he may have made some earnest effort to get education, but when it comes to being smart and understanding the issues, political issues, and being able to read between lines, analyze situation, and play a role, I think I give it to him. And his appearance was quite a great one. Given the situation he went through, people have doubted that he may not have come because he will want to stay out of the public domain. But I think door is door. I know that for a fact. He came and did what he does best and presented the case as he has always done. But I would say, you know, they should go all out, wear the leadership cap, ensuring that NEMA comes together. It's not only for certain political reasons, but to have a county such with such power, especially when it comes to the Liberian political space. NEMA has long been a decider. If NEMA says yes to any particular person, that person is forced to becoming a leader. If we've done it over the time for other people with no certain benefits, and now that it's becoming glaring gradually for the fact that we are on the table, it may not be the only person, but for now, we will encourage NIMA to come together, put aside our various political views, and in our diversities, try to live in harmony, at least with understanding unity, then we can be able to determine the direction of the country, especially when it comes to deriving the new political mechanics. But all did well, and I'm grateful. It's been a while. We haven't seen, but at least we're able to see and talk more as someone that we worked together before. I say one name as always. Let's all try as much as we can to be a better representation for our county, our community, our home, our country. The way we do it benefits our country, and the way we do it again take a lot away from our country. Kudos. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's be the change for NEMA, in short. Madam Lorena, over to you now. Let's give you your 3 minutes, and after you go to Siawete Shadrach. Honorable B. Maglin is just joining us, so we're going to keep him last.
Now,
Yeah,
my
thank
answer
you.
the last question because he was not able to answer it.
Yeah. So we will go to him. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. It was a great show, though I have a lot of difficulties with the internet in Ganta tonight. I want to say thank you that we were able to stay on to the end. So it was a great show.
Why you didn't go to Jackie?
D, you have problem? Go ahead, man.
Why am I, Jackie? So it was a great show as always. It was getting heated, and then Gion was able to control the situation. And Gion, you can't like drag. I want scratch card for you here for the great job. So it's now strange. It's not strange that Martin said honorable I'm not going with the county administration. Honorable Cooper is intelligent, is eloquent, and you can meet that CNC man. So his discussion tonight was not any surprise because I have talked with him on many tables, and I know he who have done that. And the only thing I would say, being someone who supports the Onima agenda and someone who was against the division of Nima a few years back, I would say that we still have a lot of work to be done. Because people who are for and people who are against, they all have different perspectives to look at it, different points to justify their own side of the story. But I would think that we all individually and collectively can do something about it. We can reach out to people. The last night after the show, if I were on the show, I was sending message to Honorable Gompu. So, we can reach out to people many ways and direct call or messages, and we can all be able to resolve the problem. I mean, probably not like there's some confusion, but people got dissatisfaction. And it is not just about election, but the fact that I can the fact that I can sit somewhere and somebody is not able to ill discourse mark or say I would say it means we are on good term, because if somebody is brave to discuss it, somebody another neighbor to me because they know that person myself got some friction. So it's not just all about 2029 or the years after, but it's about being our brother's keeper. Because if you look back, though our not very small, most of the things that happened in this country was about unimbiant, pointing finger at one imbiant for doing something. So we have to work together no matter if we like do not we who are one, we have to reach out to those who did not win. And for those who did not win, like on the couple, it's not war. Election should not be like war to you must be better until you win. No. Let us put away our differences, come together as a country, come together as one people. God has a reason for which He put us in this location. So let's come together, let's forget everything that happened. Let's talk to our real political leaders so that we don't you don't have to join the other party, but just the friction, just the bitterness, just the noise to go away. Let's move about our businesses differently, quietly, and that nobody is going to come to me to aid the cause. Somebody from this party because they think we are enemy, because they know when they do that, and people they will go there, she will go to our brother. Let it be that, please. That's what I would like to say for everyone buying watching this show tonight. There's a lot of work we have to do. It's not about 2029, but it's because we are each other keeper. We are our brother's keeper. And thank you so much. I may not be on the show tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sis Marie Sonkale's mother funeral, and I have to go there because her son Tony is my friend and brother. I have to go there tomorrow in Yao, so I might not be on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight, Madam Lorena. As always, I want to appreciate you, even though you are busy in Liberia. When you leave to go to any other town or village, you make it your duty to appear on the show. As always, I really, really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Now over to you, Sia. We take make use of the 3 minutes. After you go to Shadrach, and B. Mark Bloom will take us home.
Thank you, Junior. I mean, it was a good show tonight, and thank you for the moderation. And let me say good evening to the CMC men that is just coming. You know, these days when they hear once one P is saying your name,
I came from Butu. One of our partisans believe. I went to Butu to reach out to him.
okay.
So I just got up there where you were, and I'm driving, going through, going to Gabon.
So for the phone sound, when you hear the word, once you see the word P now, it's about petroleum. You see everybody, fighting to justify. So I mean, it was a
we get
show.
control. Well, nobody can tell how much someone will pay well people.
Mike, protect me, please. So
you are protected.
I mean, it was a good show. Gino, thank you very much. Like I said, Kopo, he's been one person that I've been privileged to serve in our local government in Nimba from.
And you are the main trial?
Being city mayor, development superintendent up to, serving as superintendent. So, I mean, for me, he did not really answer my question. I wanted to do a follow-up question when he said, because I asked the question about the debate in the country about the position on our Koga made about the government project. So the government project there, he could not really, because he gave analogy about during his administration, country sitting, they will make decision about building, Palau, the youth center and all of that. And he was not comfortable with that because he had, it was position of the county council and caucus member at the time being making, those kind of decision. And after building those structure, it remained there. Now, other people argument in the county, the superintendent, she's actually doing well, but other people argument is, like Senator Koga and the rest of the people is, those projects equally, presidents and hierarchies will not go there every time to go and sleep. So what's the return investment? What's the return on investment? That was the point. But he's a politician, he answered that way. But the soup and her team, they are actually doing well. But where it require people giving their opinion, it should not be the issue of they are fighting development. No. But it was actually a good show, and with the he did well because with the internet issue tonight, you're doing very himself. So I mean, the show was good, and we want to say thanks to the team for the arrangement. I know hopefully, few days from now will be air on other radio stations in the country, so that the platform and our voice can be heard by our people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Shadrach. Let's hear you shortly.
Thank you, Junior. And thanks to all the speakers who spoke. And I think everyone did great job tonight. And also thanks to Cooper for appearing. I had a little opposing view to the answer to my question regarding the nomination of Kangwi at the time. The woman is dead. I was saying it was not arguing between him and myself or our character. The woman is there, he can't speak, but I'm here. I will always speak for him, like I said the other time, and I will say again. That particular calculation.
When you go visit,
my man, please give me a chance.
But you will not be speak up for him, you will not go visit him, man.
Yeah. My friend was telling me, I pick your chance. That's we will move from here. I'll beg you out. Yeah. So. What I would say is not they say I will live in a house on the Greater Maya. Even if the thing Johnson drove to that house in the evening with the assignment that my son will be out tomorrow. It was calculation by on the Dokopo and other group for Neymar. Just to picture the up there to the bad people that he talk about. Let's say he let the other tribe SYZ. It will now be to the Johnson who will take with a name and say I came with a name. Besides that, he dropped the whole evening. That tells the evening. Instead, tomorrow your name will come, I just send your name to the person already. Then at the end of the day, different name come. And for that reason, the old man stood on the ground. He even put to that nomination a moment before the president withdrew that nomination and reappointed already. So I will not say that for the door to confuse me. Say it was he and Senator Johnson, no agreement, not true.
I will not on the show, but if he said that, it was not true. Now he thinks it. He thinks it's something.
It was not confused me. It's not true.
I was there when he changed it.
It's not true.
So, Mag, you are just coming. I don't know whether you follow.
He wanted to name us homes. Everybody respect. He being out looking for long. The secretary said he said as still mayor, the superintendent, and he had a lot of experience in that area. He got emotional management. He know how to answer good questions in public, which I can always admire for that. So it was a good show, but I just want to character that thing. It was calculation by him at the time to picture the woman ugly, but I know God have it. It went the woman way. Thank you so much for the show.
Thank you. So Mark will give you the opportunity, but yesterday Caleb asked a question, so maybe you can respond.
Joe, Mark is the last person. So Shadrach, I just want to announce that we have made the arrangement with Voice of Tapeta. I don't know if it's the right one or VOT or Radio Tapeta. And hopefully this weekend they will start relaying our program. We need some equipment for that. So beginning tomorrow, Shadrach number have been used by us. So we need some equipment tomorrow. All of us on this show will put a number out tomorrow. We'll put Alvin number out for international, and we'll put Shadrach number out for local contribution. So let's reach out to all our people. Let's reach out to all our people back home and abroad. Can you put him here on mute to help us
Yeah,
kickstart that
man.
process?
Man.
Yeah. So we are in need of few gadgets for that and to empower the guys to kickstart the process. Hopefully this weekend. So we'll put a number out tomorrow. It was late for tonight's show. So we'll actually do that tomorrow. So Shaka, be aware that we always been using your number for Liberia donations and contribution.
No.
Beyond that, I just want to say thank you. One of the funny things I took out tonight was I didn't know that people can get all the contact. Yeah, the people are not pushing me. Mama, they may put they may put dog over there with John. Yeah, they may put dog there with John. Yeah, they're for you. Yeah, sitting there. Yeah, anyway, like twins brother. So our conversation had to come. Our conversation. That was the
And
only
that's like
exciting
brother,
thing.
like childhood friend.
Yeah. So, eh?
I
Eh?
don't,
It's like his
I don't,
childhood friend.
no, I don't make fun with issue of integrity. On this public
Oh,
platform, I'm very clear.
uh-huh.
I was a strong supporter of Waka in 2017. I disagree with the rationale for going to WIA. I disagree with him, and I told him that if he did and other people don't have job, I know we have to say that God may always suffer because he made Waka not to win. I did not play a part to say, look, I
No,
said,
but can I for this clarity? I'll give you the time. Your disagreement came later. Your disagreement, according to you on the show, was when you saw Eden playing game with Barca, there where you disagree. But from the beginning, you were not a Barca supporter.
yeah, but also
That's
now,
what you said.
we are supporter.
And
I,
so, but you call McGill, you put McGill on the phone for dog.
because he came to me and said, we can't put our air in one basket, and this is what I want you to do. Because he didn't know Maggie. He knew.
Anyway, thank you. I just for the phone, people, you know, and that's you. So
No, because when people, for me, when it comes to issue of character and integrity, I don't take fun with it. That's why I fight by ferociously, publicly. I mean,
yeah, but thank you. It was good to be fair.
but
To
let me
be
tell
fair,
you,
dog.
but let
Yeah.
me tell you now. Let me end your talk. Let me tell you this. I was very clear on that. I wish I can go back to my 2015 post that I made, and I even narrated a story on this show. In this my house where I'm sitting, Samuel Kofi who slept here with me in 2000, I believe, 2005, when CDC was being formed from Minnesota, when Samuel Toya, James Corley, and others came together. If you guys are, and all of you, so some of you have heard about the famous Florida meeting between Samuel Kofi Woods and we had a failed. Kofi Woods sat in this house with me on the breakfast table. He said, because I was one of the trusted Allah then from our days at the university up to the point. He said, I want to accompany me to meet with you because we are trying to see we can politically work together. And I'm saying it publicly. Samuel Kofi Woods alive. On the breakfast table, I said, I don't forget history. We cannot say part of the issue of Samuel Doe, that Samuel Doe was misled by other people who were educated, was that he was not educated. Then we go to where who has also not got the same higher educated than education than Doe. So if you want to go that route, then you're forgetting history. I can go with you to Florida. I was very open on that. So when he went to Florida, it was the Litano Marlowe, his brother James Verde, and all of us who follow him. I didn't follow him. Okay? And I'm saying it publicly for the first time. Kofi was sitting there in Braga Executive Mansion. He said, well of that. That's why he has a lot of respect for me. That I speak my mind with leaders. Even when I work with him at the Labor Ministry, I can't even say something publicly, but in confidence I can say to you, we disagree openly. For me, that's why I've never asked anybody in my life for money. I live on dry rest. Most ability that he must agree on many things. I've never even asked him for help in my life. He asked me to be a funny member of CMC. I flew to Monrovia in 2014. I sat with him. My first thing I think I explained to you in confidence. I explained to him. He asked him series of questions. He answered based on the question. I said, I will collaborate with CMC on issues, but not to be a member. And that's what I do. I'm collaborating with CMC on issues, not on a membership team. Because
Thank you.
I'm who I am.
No, but people are not because I'm playing phone, right? So you in particular, is our saying you are one of the knowledgeable, not because you're here. If some things I can say behind you every year, you will know. So I respect you. I know what you can do. I know what you're capable of. I know your contribution to our community. So beyond the phone, we'll just do that. But we are not near you when it comes to knowledge, your experience, and anything. I can get all that thing that to my boss. I start giving you. I told the man, I'm getting all the title you deserve. 2 times the title my boss has. But when, when it comes to controversy too, then the guest will pull your leg to make the discussion fun. Anyway, so that's it. Go to Mark. Thank you. So we will do that tomorrow, Joe. When you start the show tomorrow, get our Shaga number Ronnie and the CEO cash out or Zelle. I seen number you have if for both. Just put cash out and Zelle. I will send you the information. Let's start at that. I want us to start doing the relay. Hopefully Saturday on Voice of Tapeta. Thank you.
You don't need to throw money. This platform is 95% Kun supporters. So why you don't just go to Kun?
No, Mr. Kilabo,
leave people out today. That go. This is how we agree. Everything you say tonight, we agree.
No. I have to disclaim that. Let me disclaim that.
You are in the background.
No, let me disclaim that. Let me disclaim that.
At least I got a CEO to come out.
No, but Alvin, there's no need for disclaimer. Mark Blue is here, CNC man. He is here with ANC, CNC, and all the opposition.
I like control for that point. I'm a Donald Trump man.
I won't I'll let him go. I'll let him go. Well, I watched this show though. It was a really, really good show. It was a
please let the CNC man go. Leave all alone. Let the CNC man go.
Let my talk. That question.
CNC, over to you.
Mark, let's hear you, Chief. Go ahead.
Thank you for the show. It's always good that we are panelists, and whenever member is not around, other members are there to fill in a gap. I came from a very long distance. Yes, I've been driving when I came on the show from Segrebie, and I'm currently entering my yard in Ganto. With me, I'm part of have the show for Segrebie to come and reach. And I want to appreciate all of you. But if I were on the show tonight, I will ask on the talk about one question. The Nima he wants to bring together tonight, is it different from the one he wanted to divide in 2011? I'm going to ask you that question and you're going to answer it. You have been bring. Because, look, Shara, I know good history about Nimba. Many times we are digging it out together. So now he does not know that some of those things that happen in Nima, even during the course of the war, I can explain some situation to you. And anyone who knows the story will tell you, say, is the right path that might discuss, and he didn't miss a word. I will tell you how many persons lost their life in this country here. And I'll tell you some of the action that those people then took when the war was going on in this country. We ran. I didn't go anywhere to leave from the country to go anywhere. My going to Ghana was just going there to go speak to my people, but when I come back. So I was going to ask him, the Nima he wanted to divide in 2011 because Grupi Wong and previously were also a senator. Is it different from the one he want to unite now? But again, we are not saying we can't come together as a country. We always together as a country. They have been the one bringing a division in Nimba. Nima was not like this before. Look, DK, Gion, and the rest of the guys. It was interesting to know that the district leader is even going on in this country. Nana, he attended to a unity party league. Some of us distance ourselves from the league because the way it's going, we can't be taking our high-end money from in the house. We be spending it on our district. There are no guys who sitting out there, they want to politicize the league. And make it like only unity party people should be the one to spearhead every activity of the league.
So we are doing this way now.
Huh?
Which is when you buy this way.
I've been a sponsor for District 6 from 2013 up to current.
But there's
No
a
man can. So the reason we staying away from some of those support is those guys who benefit from the pockets, I mean from our pockets. Because they organize the league and they are not doing anything. But the money that people raising, they're raising the money on the players that we're bringing. And they are benefiting it. After the league, the money that can leave with them can be too much. And nobody can go after that. But if they want to make a country as a party country, then they are the one doing the worst thing. But we believe that all of those that every one of us supporting here are doing immense well for Nimba. Orokun are doing well. Obedi are also doing well. Even Senator Johnson, who were here that went, he also did well. And he had legacy. But if we the young people trying to take on the mantle of authority, and we feel that if the president does not support your party, the president should not work in the government, then I think we will just continue to be that throughout. Not everybody will agree to certain things and say, let it go. Some can let it go and some can let it go. We one Nima they talking about. So now when I hear them talking about Jason Hebdo, tears can come in my eyes. Because Jason Hebdo was killed by Nibaeans. He was not killed by any different tribe. I was here. I was not away. Doesn't matter those who did it, so they're not living today. Was it different tribe that killed Jason Hebdo? When they were killing Azeved and Red to the tree tribe, when he passed man. There are people from Sierra Leone that killed Azeved there. I didn't want to kill John Yobine. Now they see Nibaeans that even calling for the togetherness today. Those who tie on Rokun, during the course of the war, I see the map on your hand there. Were they from where? Were they Basso there? But so now when they're in the driving seat, and they feel that they can catch other people for things how to slip away from them, they will be saying those things. But for us, we will stand our ground for Nima Kante as we've been doing. Because some of us, our mother from here, our father from here, we did not come from any country to come and get added to the system here and living here. But like I said, I was not on the show to listen to so many, but I will play our show tonight when I'm going to bed, and then I'll understand some of those things. You know me, I can interrupt the show. Some of the things I'll hear tomorrow when I come back on the show, I'll be eyeing it up to tell you, say they were not true, they were not true. Because me, I live here from 1990 up to the 2023. I was already in Nimba. I didn't go anywhere.
Thank you. So in 30 seconds, Kilabo asked a question yesterday. He said you should respond.
What was the question? My phone went off yesterday. I think he said from now to 2020, if Gobu and myself, we change our mind to support Orokun. I mean to 2029. From now to 2029, if we change our mind to support Orokun. That was the question, right?
Right. Yeah, if you will betray Musa ability.
I don't want to hear people saying betray. I was in a senatorial race. People who took money from me. At the end of the day, they begin my either Gonglo supporter, some of them begin Garrison supporter. You expect Gompu to leave me and support Garrison Yelu over me? Then you expect me to go stay 2029 and support Gompu? Think about it. We are all human beings. We had 53 meetings in my yard for Gompu from 2012 all the way to where we enter the election. If someone was supposed to die behind Gompu, I should be number one from the camp of Onrielu. If someone was there blocking everything I would buy for us, it was my group. Nobody else did it. We on not on confusion. On Bede can always advise us not to attack on Kun. So that we ask him, we say, go into the front line and say, we shouldn't have a brochure. Why it means? There's no need that we talk, we're going to go to the front line, because if you say you go to the front line, but nobody should have a brochure.
Mike, you're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
That's the question I'm asking. The betrayal that is why I'm saying we are not betrayal to ability.
Okay. Yeah.
We are not. The election, people going to a state far. From now to the election, it almost obtaining, if I is obtaining of some presidency in other country, 4 years. So that people can have a difference. So that people can have a confusion. If there can be something in the party that you can be satisfied with, we see it happening. It's not good for you. You can tell people say they want not good. If people want to listen to you, they will listen. But does that mean you betray somebody?
Thank you.
We are with Benedict, we are all right without with him because we want money from him. You ask on Benedict, I'm speaking on the blog platform today. Because since you appointed me as the mobilization chairperson, have you ever given him money before you can go around to talk to people? On Benedict will tell you no.
But you can
we feel that the development he carry on is beyond travel line. So we feel that why you say that?
Honorability cannot give you money to go around to convince people, but he can give you gas, right?
It's part of my entitlement. They can give me fuel.
Okay.
It's part of my entitlement. You don't know that? They can give us fuel. We go around when we are mobilizing, we go around. But we can do it. We got to do it for our own pocket. Not that they don't want to give us money or he sees money for us. But we feel he had helped us before, and we too should also return the same. Yeah, so it's good. Because what we're saying here is the development on Bele is doing today. There are so many persons here who have said Nima and have benefited from Nima. That were not able to do it. That were not able to even look at their own district to develop it. But Bele did the same.
Thank you.
So we are not forcing. No, I don't want to let on Kerebo know that we are not forcing in Nima. We are not hating each other because of opposition. But sometimes there are issues that can make one to go away and you feel that you are humiliated by people and you should stay on your ground.
Okay.
So thank you. But we just want to say thank you to all of you who were on the show. And while we are away, you will always be there. And sometimes you will not be there too, and we'll be there. Who that?
I think you should answer your call. When I call, you should answer.
I missed your call. I sent message to you. You responded, and I also sent another message. I'm waiting for your call. You didn't call. You know what we did. Our challenge, you know what we did following. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we are not betrayal. We just want to tell the same way Gombu said, and we are not betrayal. So that there can be policy difference. But everyone knows me here in a candidate to know, to be who can stand your ground. When I tell you, say, I stand my ground issue, there are issues. But if you try to twist it to maybe to load an actual clear one, then maybe I can tell you, say, beyond clear one I was.
Thank you.
So will you support on our Kagon now?
The mayor said,
no, Kagon supported me. Kagon supported me. Kagon supported me before I was supporting. Why you want me supporting?
It's a news. You are executive of the party.
No, forget about me being executive. Forget about me being executive. You people when you say you're never supported Roger, they don't want to ask you.
Thank you for that answer.
Oh, you went to say you forget about Levy Roger to my hero. You start asking for Roger number. No, you start asking for Roger number. You want just you want number 3 or you want number 5. You're not asking Roger asking question. If Gobu want me to support you, don't come to me. That Musa Bende Abia Gobu. Abia Bende Abia Gobu.
Mike and Gompu, I think Gompu made a position last night.
When you pour food inside in pay, you give it to somebody. Guy you reach on the one I see thing they can pay your GB and kill you.
So, are you telling us there are rivalry in the CMC that there will be diversion or support?
CMC does not have a rivalry. And I'm supposed to go to district 7 to go camping there. I mean, or to district 4 to go camping there. You think I can meet my war, eh?
So
I can meet my war.
how do you produce a representative candidate? And in fact, a representative.
That one person can produce candidate or representative. That collect the effort. When my effort not there, the other people ever be there. I don't miss my one thing. My man, people don't suffocate me and you want me to be bare ball today. If it was not good for me today, it shouldn't be good for you tomorrow.
So that means you endorse on the Romancy on this show.
Romancy is not part of CMC.
So who your candidate for 2029?
I ask you now, you are not answering me. You campaign for Roger Thomas. I asking you.
Yes, of course. Go
I know saw you campaigning for Roger Thomas.
You know I'm a party loyalist. You know that.
You are not even campaigning for NMS. You are campaigning for Goku.
Online.
All right.
You sound very so broken. Don't say you also Roger Thomas, and you agree to it. You need to anything to it.
They went in meeting and say,
So gentlemen, it has been a good show.
And said they want Roger has a job.
It has really been a wonderful show. Hopefully tomorrow we will be having our Ernest Marcy as our guest on the show. And I hope that we all can prepare for us to host on our Marcy tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here tonight.